All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here for our April 7th regularly scheduled town school board meeting in the town council chamber. Open the meeting at 4:05, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now seek a motion to go into non-public pursuant to RSA 91A3, Roman 2, B, C, and L for legal and personnel matters.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, Heather, Andrew, roll call vote. Amy,
Aye.
Heather Durant,
Aye.
Andrew Hemaker,
Aye.
Gary Swanson, aye. Phil Nazaro. All right, we are in non-public at 4:06. All right, good evening, everyone. Apologize for the delay. We were in non-public session, and it ran a little bit long. This is a great outpouring. Thank you all for coming to see me as a chair on my second meeting. It's very nice of you. Given the outpouring of correspondence we've had this week, I think if the board would allow it, maybe we should move the coach discussion up further, since I think 95% of these people are probably here for that. Was anyone have any objections to that? No?
No, I don't.
Maybe 80%? No? All right. So that would be policy, that'd be discussion item number 3, policy GEA.
Are we doing not public? Are we doing public comment?
Well, I was going to move that up before public comment, so that
Oh, okay.
we might
Or you
might
just-
take care of
just-
a lot of public
I apologize,
comments.
I misunderstood.
If that's all right. So, as everyone knows, policy GEA, adopted in 2019, requires that a coach be 21 years of age, and that was unfortunately missed. And we have a coach who's been recommended, who doesn't happen to meet that policy.
I'm looking for it, sorry.
That's okay. It's item number, right for item number 3. We have I believe a letter from the principal.
Somewhere in here.
Yeah, a letter from the principal. I'm just going to go ad hoc here.
Recommendation.
Recommending that we waive that policy for this person and this season. And I believe the superintendent also recommends that we waive that policy. So
Yes, the administration recommends waiving of the policy, and what we would do is put into place some supports for the coach. So the varsity baseball coach would be his mentor, and then Adam Durkee and Jody Callanan would also be willing to supervise games and practices to help support him during the season. So we feel like with those supports in place, and his stellar record and our good experience with him, that we would be very comfortable moving forward with a request to waive this for this young man.
anyone have any discussions you'd like to have on that? Go ahead.
So, I'm going to support him, obviously, not obviously, but I am. But I feel like there's a process challenge here, and that we had to get to this stage to be like, oh, by the by, he's not old enough, we have to, like, pull back on our policy. So, like, somewhere in the process, I feel like we could have tackled this situation earlier, so it didn't get to this place. I don't know, it just feels like a process tightening thing to get us to a place where we didn't have to have this conversation.
Yeah, I think Dr. Gibbons spoke to the people who do the hiring for that group, and they didn't happen to be aware of that portion of the policy, and are now, clearly. So I think that's been taken care of.
We've received a lot of correspondence supporting.
We
Colby,
did,
and
which I said
appreciate it all.
thank everybody
Yes.
very much. It's great to have people involved in the discussion. It helps the board very much make our decisions. Would people be object to us moving up the coach nomination vote? Objection to that?
No, I'll make a
okay.
motion to
Thank you.
waive the policy.
Is that
Policy,
GEA.
GEA, sorry.
is that for just this season?
For
just
this
person?
For this season in Colby Foster.
Okay.
A specific position.
Yes.
We have a second.
I second.
All right. Any more discussion? All right. Seeing none, go to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry. It's unanimous. The motion passes, and Colby will be the new middle grade. Yep.
Is there a chance just to make sure we're clear, are we talking about just this season?
Just
Yes, I
this
We're
said
right,
that this
we would need
season.
to.
19 right now.
Yep. So.
Will-
Yep. So.
Well,
the
we'd
board-
have to approve 'em
The board
again.
would have to formally
Yep.
change the policy, which is a couple meeting process. But thank you. 5-0. All right. Now, if everyone's okay with it, we can move on to public comments. Does anyone like to make a public comment? We're going to open that at 5:25.
Hi, my name's Dawn Russell, 22 New Road here in town. And I would like to speak regarding the proposed non-renewal of the grade 4 job share positions. For people on the board that do not know who I am, just a quick introduction. I'm a lifetime resident, or nearly lifetime, I did leave for college, of Newmarket, and a product of the Newmarket school system. I'm a parent of 2 children who both graduated from Newmarket High School and who both had Miss Williamson in 4th grade, one as their primary teacher and one as their secondary. During those years, she was co-teaching with Ann Keefe. I'm a former NES teacher of 17 years, 7 of which was on the 4th grade team. I am an educator in my 25th year of teaching, and for the past 8 years, I have been teaching careers in education at the Sequel School of Technology, just so you know who I am. I did see the job share position on the agenda for this meeting, and when I looked a little bit further and I saw the memo from Ms. Givens in the materials section, I had a number of questions about the statements that were made that I feel is very important to ask before a decision's made. So I'd like to just start by stating that both June and Cassandra are master teachers of the grade 4 curriculum, and they've taught all content areas for decades. I know this because when I first started teaching 4th grade, they were my mentors. And over my 17 years at NES, I know that June Williamson is an expert co-teacher. She has successfully team taught with Marie Richards, Ann Keefe, and Cassandra Rodier over the years. Whether it was differentiating small group math or reading instruction between 2 classrooms, or switching science and social studies instruction, or job sharing where both teachers taught all content areas 2.5 days a week. Regardless of the setup, the communication was excellent and the instruction seamless, regardless of the model being used at the time. Common overlapping planning time, emails, phone calls, written notes, they always made sure that there was a common understanding and smooth transition for the students and the families. So knowing this background information firsthand and as a veteran educator, I do have a number of questions regarding the memo that I hope the board will investigate a little bit further before making any decisions. So if I could just kind of refer to the memo. In the history explanation, I do not believe that it's accurate that Ms. Rodier teaches social studies all day Monday with no other subject being addressed. The 4th grade curriculum is an integrated curriculum, and social studies is taught through reading, writing, and content time. So I'm asking, please, ask for some clarification regarding this statement. Also, I think that Ms. Rodier teaches a full day on Monday and part of the day on Tuesday, which includes a common planning time with her partner, Ms. Williamson. So I think that the percentage is wrong. I don't think it's 0.2. I think it should be a 0.25 time. So please ask these teachers to clarify this. And I also would like you to ask their administration or themselves how many additional days they work without pay to ensure that they establish a strong, cohesive community, both with students and parents. I don't think that that was addressed in the memo. The history paragraph also states that last year the administration did not support the model because it can negatively impact student learning. And as an educator, I'm curious if this is a conclusion that was drawn by NES administration or SAU administration. And I'm less concerned with whether or not it can negatively impact learning, but rather has it or is it currently? I would hope that administration support or lack thereof, if they so choose, at any level would be based upon observation and evaluation and not hypothetical predictions. In section 1, continuity of learning. The majority of content of section 1, it seems to be based on the inaccurate statements of the history paragraph. So questions that I would like to see asked are, has anyone actually observed this teaching model in the last 3 years? Have those observations been on Mondays as well as other days of the week, since there are 2 teachers teaching? Is this memo stating that there's no connection made between what is taught on Monday and the rest of the week? It's just impossible for me to believe that that's true. As an experienced educator of the NES 4th grade curriculum, I have no doubt that Ms. Rodier is teaching integrated reading, writing, spelling, and math on Mondays. And I have no doubt that Ms. Williamson is teaching social studies concepts Tuesday through Thursday. However, I am not in their classroom this year, and I have not been last year either, so I would respectfully ask that you ask for clarification and evidence to this. Also in section 1, the last sentence states, the result is that literacy and numeracy growth and proficiency levels are lower in this model compared to other classrooms in the school. Please request documentation for the past 3 years that quantitatively indicates lower proficiency levels and request clarification on how the statement was concluded. The way I read this, it seems that we are being asked to understand that you are comparing grade 4 classroom data and that for the past 3 years, the students in this class are collectively performing lower or significantly below the other classrooms. Or are you looking at student achievement in the last 2 years at the 5th grade level, and in each 5th grade class, former students from this job share classroom are performing well below their peers in those classes? And if so, based on what assessments and for how long? And is pandemic data even valid at this point? Regardless, it seems like you're comparing classrooms of totally different children to determine the effectiveness of teacher instruction. This statement implies causality with far too many variables. How many students in this class or others are identified with special education needs? How many get Title I support or remedial reading services? How many attend school consistently? How many have effective family support for learning or instructional support when we were remote during the pandemic? How do those numbers compare from this classroom to the other classrooms?
I'm sorry, I really hate to interrupt you. I do. We have a 3-minute limit, and there's a ton of people who want to talk. So
could I just wrap up this last one?
Yeah, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. Section 2 also talked about upstream learning implications. And it said that students will have greater learning needs as they progress to higher levels of learning due to lower levels of proficiency and gaps in achievement. Please ask what this statement is based upon. I could easily argue that with 2 master teachers working with one group of students, evaluating their needs, collaborating on interventions, supports, and instruction, that these students actually have a better chance of receiving intervention at the elementary level that could potentially lessen achievement and prevent the need for additional intervention. Or, using this same upstream learning implications rationale, I could conclude that the current student performance in their class is a result of inconsistent or poor instruction in grades K to 3. And I would ask you to look at that data as well. And I know my time is up. I had this wonderful conclusion that I can't share with you. But Amy, could I give these to you and maybe you could just distribute them? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming in. Does anyone else like to speak?
Good evening. Amanda Belanger. I live at 15 Smith Garrison Road. I am here to speak on behalf of Cassandra Rodier and June Williamson in support of the job share for 4th grade. My son is a 4th grader and is in that classroom this year. He's thriving both academically and socially, and I think that's pretty noteworthy at the end of a pandemic where things have been pretty askew. Mrs. Williamson and Mrs. Rodier bring with them a wealth of education, decades of classroom experience, and a deep understanding of the curriculum. I'm also a member of the NES support staff, and I can speak from personal experience that these 2 women have a beautiful rapport with children and cultivate an environment that is supportive and inclusive, allowing students to reach their fullest potential. One of the many benefits of having 2 teachers in the classroom is that there's never a need for a substitute, which during COVID, as we all know, has been a real concern. Many classes have had substitutes for as long as a week, sometimes longer. This, despite everyone's greatest efforts, has been a real considerable concern and a big disruption in learning. Another, and possibly the most noteworthy for me, benefit is that the kids have the opportunity to learn from more than one person, which we know that children learn in a variety of different ways, and I think having 2 master teachers in the classroom provides an excellent opportunity for kids to access education from every level that they come at it. So I ask that you please consider supporting the 4th grade job share position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi there, my name is Jenny Carpenter. I'm a resident of Newmarket for the past 11 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Cassandra and June for their job sharing position. My daughter Stella, who is now a 6th grader at the junior high, actually wanted to be here tonight to speak as well, but she's babysitting my 2nd grader, Hudson, who I hope someday might have the opportunity to benefit like Stella did from June and Cassandra's job sharing position. Our family's personal experience with this was in the 2019-2020 school year, so during the first year of the pandemic. And Stella has entered 6th grade after about a year of being homeschooled, and I can personally attest that homeschooling is not the reason why Stella is thriving in 6th grade at the junior high. Cassandra and June were just a wonderful pairing for Stella during her 4th grade year. And I really feel that they have brought a great amount of experience and collaboration to the 4th grade team. And I want to note that without the two of them, there would be a dearth of experience on the 4th grade team. They both bring so much to the team after 72 years of combined experience in the Newmarket School District, and they've dedicated their whole careers to Newmarket. They know the students well, they work beautifully together, they communicate clearly and effectively with the parents, and I think any data that's referenced in the memo that Dr. Givens wrote really does need to be up for review, and also to consider what was noted in the first speaker's comments about the fact that we're comparing data during years when all students have suffered educational impacts because of COVID. So they're beautiful people. I think that they're wonderful teachers, and they've worked so well together, and I hope that the job share can continue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Jennifer Russell, 13 Kimball Way. I've been a resident of Newmarket for the last 22 years. I'm speaking on behalf of Cassandra and June. Basically, I have a 4th grader, Wyatt, who's in their class and is thriving. He has a lot of social anxiety and has an IEP and has a lot of, anxiety-ridden issues, and they both have taken him and nurtured him and brought him, he's like really thriving in his confidence in school and in social, and I think that has a lot to do with them. So it's just, and I hope that they get to stay with their job share, because my Rosie's a 3rd grader, and I hope that she gets to have them, because they're just truly wonderful people that work really hard. And as a parent, it's like your dream team. That's what I always said. I'm like, Wyatt hit the lottery when he got them for school teachers. So I'm really, really happy and blessed. So I hope that you consider it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to make public comment? Anyone in the hallway? Make sure they've got an opportunity.
Can we speak if we're not from town?
I don't believe we allow that as per policies. Is that? Yeah.
Residents only.
Or we can make an exception.
We can make an exception if you'd like to. Yeah. Would anyone like to make a nomination or motion? Make an exception?
So moved.
Also second. All right. Yep. You please. I'm sorry. All in favor? Discussion?
Aye.
Discussion?
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Yep.
All right, thank you. Well, I want to speak on a few items, and hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Emily Stern. I am the library media specialist at the elementary school, and I'm so happy to have taught so many of your children and loved all of them. I would like to say a few words first about my Aunt Louise, who passed away in February. She was a school psychologist who had a love of literacy and really viewed children as whole people. They weren't just numbers on a test score, they were whole people who loved reading and learning, and I just want to thank you in advance for hopefully accepting that donation to the library. Second, I would like to address the 4th grade job share model. I have a unique position, as these two highly effective educators were my mentors during this past year where I taught 4th grade. June and Cassandra provided me with relevant, data-driven curriculum, support, and guidance. They spent countless hours collecting material for me
and supporting me in carrying on many multidisciplinary projects. The Great Bay Critter Project alone combined research skills, note-taking, poetry writing, and an art project, and that turned into a book that I'm sure many of you have seen that students will remember forever. I always felt fully supported and comforted by the depths of their knowledge around the 4th grade curriculum and preparing our students to be lifelong learners. On a personal note, too, they supported me through a very challenging year medically, personally, and I just can't imagine working in a school where that job share wasn't supported, and I truly believe that not only the model works, but that they work. And so I just wanted to take this time to say thank you, and I hope that you support this model.
Thank you for
Right,
not
thank
only
you.
the generous donation from your family, but your time tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you for not only the generous donation from your family, but for your time for coming over tonight.
Thank you.
We've already waived that, so.
I was a parent thing, and so this is just from my heart. I had the opportunity. I'm just really sad to be here today because I can't even imagine that the ending of this job share would be a consideration. I read the memo. I was kind of taken aback. What I would like to say is, in my collaboration with June, and we worked together under several principles. I do want to make note of that. Bottom line ended up to be, for me in my collaboration with June and Cassandra and the 4th grade team, that as long as are we all set?
Yeah, I'm sorry, she asked a question.
She's one of mine.
Oh, it's a good one.
Practically everybody is now. But I just wanted to be here to support this model because I learned so much from June. And when those last 4 years, when I went from 3rd to 4th grade, and our door was open all day, we didn't look at curriculum in such a narrow way as now this is math time and now this. That's not the model that's coming out of UNH. And I don't know if you know, but both June and Cassandra have mentored many, many people coming out of UNH and also here. And also me because, you know, I just learned so much. And to end my teaching career, collaborating with these women, I just loved working with them, and we all grew, and I don't see any data to support this not working. And I always felt like I had another pair of eyes. If it was one of my students, I could sit down and say, am I seeing this right? And that's a strength. So I hope this board understands that. I don't know why we're all sitting here, truthfully.
Thank you. Would you mind just stating your name for the record and address? Thank you very much.
Ann Keith.
Yep.
Ann Keith.
And your city.
73.
Yeah. Thank you.
Durham, New Hampshire.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. No, please.
Nancy Miller, 1 Merrill Lane, also 1st and 2nd grade. I, too, like Emily, have a couple of concerns. I'm very excited that Colby went through, so that was one checked off. I've been teaching at Newmarket Elementary School for more than 30 years. I started when I was 12. I have stayed in Newmarket. I could have gone to Durham or Exeter and made more money. My husband kept pressuring me to do that, but I ignored him. But I stayed because of our school community. And that's why I came tonight. I don't like talking in front of grown-ups, but I felt it was really important because the job share is part of our community as a school. June and Cassandra has always supported young teachers, new teachers. They were there when I started. Sorry. And they were supportive and helpful to me. I don't have a lot of personal experience with how it looks on the 5th grade end. I teach 1st and 2nd grade. I don't know that part, but I do agree with Dawn, who said I would like to see some data on it, just to make sure that we are making a informed decision about a position that has happened for a long time and in different capacities over time. We've had other people job share, and I do think a lot of it has to do with the people. There may be lots of data and research out there in general about job shares not working, but these 2 women, it works very well in my understanding of it from the 1st and 2nd grade end. My main reason for coming was the calendar. The calendar as it stands now, our paras will be losing half an hour a week of pay. And we are already a rather low paying, although we've made some strides. I'm very concerned about that half an hour that they won't be working, because we've had a lot of para turnover. Particularly this year, we've had 5 paras leave. These were experienced paras who we have paid to train, given them training with our tax dollars, and they are now using that training elsewhere. When we get new paras, they might be great, but there is some learning loss when new staff comes on board, as you in any job, not even just teaching jobs. So if I get a new para in my classroom, I have to spend time helping them with the kid or children that they work with. But I also am not, when I'm doing that, I'm not spending time with the regular ed kids. You know, the whole class takes a hit when we have a lot of para turnover. And I really want to say that I support our paras, and I think they really deserve to have that full-time job, full-time pay, full-time benefits. Honestly, when I voted on the teacher contract, I was not aware that it would impact their salaries. I would never have even thought of impacting their salaries or their ability to have benefits based on my needs. I would have tried to look more globally, more globally. So I think, you know, we've been talking for the last 2.5 years over, we've got to think out of the box, we've got to think differently. That's been the constant. We've got to pivot, you know, you all know what it's been like. I think that we need to think out of the box for something to provide our paras with that half hour. I mean, I could keep them busy just making the new math curriculum, cutting and pasting things. There's a lot of work there, but you know, that's not necessarily bang for our buck. They could do a homework club on Wednesdays for kids who need homework. They could do some trainings with us or some trainings themselves. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I think if we really try to think out of the box like we've been asked to, that we could provide enough hours so that they could keep their jobs and not want to go elsewhere. Part of what makes Newmarket so special is the number of parents that become paras and stay. And it's just such a good feeling, and I hate that because of a calendar, we would lose so many dedicated teaching staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We have gone a little past our 15 minutes, but does anyone else like to speak? No? All right, great. Thank you very much. I wasn't aware that everyone was not here for the coaching position, so apparently there's other items we may want to move up. Does anyone have objections to moving up the job share discussion and perhaps the calendar?
I don't.
No? Awesome. Great. So we are going to rearrange, and I apologize to the administrative staff back there patiently waiting. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to number 7, the consideration of job share request. Would anyone like to make a motion on that? Okay.
I'd love to make a motion on that.
All right. Well, I can request one, or you can make one.
So I think there is more data potentially to look at than like what has been presented here. But I also know the lived experience of parents who need to have a very strong voice in our schools, between phone calls, emails, letters we saw here, like who's here today, like that speaks volumes to me. Like not just parents whose kids are in the class now, but who have left that class and gone on, felt it necessary to come here to express their opinion. That to me speaks, like we can sit here and parse through data, but that speaks volumes to me beyond what the data would say. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the job share.
I'll second it.
Second. So we have a motion on the table to approve the job share. With a second, we could certainly request to amend that motion if you'd like to.
There's a motion on the table. We'd have to vote on it, and if we want a different motion to...
I think we can vote on a motion to amend it, can't we?
We could amend it, but the motion on the table is approval.
You've had a motion and a second, so this is now the action on the floor. So
Very
you
good.
can, somebody can
All right.
request an amendment, and then it
So
has
we have
to
a
be
motion,
seconded.
by Mr. Nazaro, second by Mrs. Tilton. Is there any discussion?
So I'd like to make a motion that we table this discussion right now until we have more data.
You can't
Well,
make
we
a
can't
motion
do
without
that
a
until we,
motion.
Okay.
you can say you'd like to table, if you'd like to do
So
that.
my
discuss it.
preference is that we table this because based on the non-public meeting we had a question about data, and I think before we can make an educated decision, we need to look at that data. And I just want the public to know in general here that I know that there's a request and desire for data, but because of our RSA and people protection, that there's certain data that cannot be shared with the public. And I know, like, personally as a teacher, that if I saw like performance things out there out in the public, it would bother me. And as we compare this to other teachers and things like that, there is a confidentiality issue that we have there that can be frustrating, but it's just to protect the teachers.
Any other discussion? So, just for clarity, if we vote no, we're voting the job share down, unless you'd like to revise your amended motion to table it for additional data.
I mean, I'm not allowed to talk about the data that we saw in non-public.
You can talk about liking more data, want to see more data, certainly, in
So,
public.
There's two types, there's quantitative and qualitative data.
Sure.
So we saw a small sample of qualitative data, or quantitative data, and I see a very large sample of qualitative data in front of us, of lived experience of people who have had children go through this classroom or are in that classroom and are thriving. People I know and trust. Not that I don't trust data. I trust data implicitly. I got my PhD, did a ton of data analysis. I'm very aware of the importance of data, but correlation isn't always causation. Rarely is. And I am inclined to go with the voice of the parents who have students in that classroom or of students who have come through that classroom. If the board decides to go against the voice of the parents, that's the board's decision.
My concern is I've worked for 18 years in education, and I've seen very popular teachers. And there's a difference between being, I'm not saying this is a situation at all. Please, I'm separating what I'm saying now based on what is proposed. I've seen teachers that are very, very well liked that are not effective. And as we point out in the non-public, we don't have enough data to make the decision right now.
I don't think the data is fair considering we just went through a pandemic. I don't think it's a fair request to move with this when, I mean, kids have been affected over the last 2 years. Everyone's learning has been affected. So I think we should reevaluate it next year. But that's my, that's.
Public comments are closed.
Unfortunately, public comment is closed.
We're not residents, that's why we didn't get up, but we have.
Oh, I'm sorry, we did waive it for non-residents. I mean, I don't know if we're even allowed to reopen public comment.
Can do
Well,
it
you can
if you
have the
want.
vote.
It's our rules. We can amend our rules
Yeah.
Okay.
all we want.
Is anyone in favor? Well, we have a motion on the table.
Right.
But if they
Might
have
be
input
over
that
when you
could
vote.
contribute to the conversation, I'm for hearing them.
It's up to the board.
I thought we'd be allowed to speak when the
Sure,
job
no, I
share
completely understand.
position came up.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that miscommunication. Was everyone on the board okay if we reopen public comment to allow?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, sure, yeah, I am. Please come up. Thank you. And thank you for letting us know you were here. She's not going to talk to you anymore.
So for the new members, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Cassandra Rodier.
And I'm June Williamson.
And the letter you have in front of you is what we want to read to you, and which we wrote after we read the memo from Susan Givens on Tuesday night. So this letter to you is in response to the memo posted by Susan Givens on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. First of all, Dr. Givens is unfamiliar with the particulars of our job share. She's never observed us in the classroom, so she is unaware that Mrs. Rodier is actually 25% and Mrs. Williamson is 75%, rather than the 20-80, which she quoted in her memo. Dr. Givens stated that in the first year proposal of our job share in 2019, it was approved just to manage the social studies, quote, transition. This we question, as this is not written in our job share proposal from year one, nor was it ever voiced to us at that time or since.
And if you go back to the minutes of the school board meeting in March of 2019, there's no mention that this was going to be a one-year thing. Actually, it was Principal Pine, at that time Superintendent Nato, Cassandra, and myself, who had been working with our principal and our superintendent at the time to create this model. It didn't just come out of nowhere. It was something that we were talking about for the 2 years prior to Cassandra doing her official retirement.
And Mr. Pine was quoted as saying he was
enthusiastic about the model.
So Dr. Givens states that this job share has a, quote, negative impact on student learning. We would like proof of this statement. Please provide, as our testing scores are within range of all grade levels. Her memo also states that students exiting our job share classroom, quote, have greater learning needs due to lower levels of proficiency and gaps in achievement. This is an evaluative statement where no evaluations have ever been done.
In 3 years since we've been doing our timeshare, we've had no administration observed in our classrooms. We have never spoken to Dr. Givens about this model, ever. The only conversation in person that I've ever had with you, Dr. Givens, was when you came around in the spring to get a pulse of the culture of our schools after you had been hired. And I remember sitting in Melinda Lapoli's room.
Sorry,
and
the comment should be addressed to the board in its entirety. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
About
and
that.
we didn't even talk about the job share model at the time, but that's the only conversation that I have ever had with Dr. Givens, other than in one email last year.
And I have had none. It was stated that Mrs. Rodier only teaches social studies during the part of the week that she's present. First of all, no member of the administration has observed her teaching in 3 years. If so, they would have observed her teaching reading, writing, spelling, math, and social studies itself during her 25% time. She continues to mentor new teachers in grade 4 with the social studies units covered in the grade level. It's also stated that literacy and numeracy growth has been lower in our classroom, as well as the gaps of achievement, and that this job share has had, quote, an adverse effect on students and other staff in our school. We would like proof of these accusations. Please note that none of these issues have ever been brought to our attention before the reading of this memo. If this has been a truth, why have we not been made aware of it during our 3 years teaching of this model? Professional development was cited in Dr. Givens' memo. It should be noted that both Ms. Williamson and Ms. Rodier have been in attendance to PD days each August, as well as several during the year. Each of us is due for recertification this year with over 3 times the amount of PD hours required to do so. Both teachers have also done all parent meetings and conferences, and an extra week together with students at the beginning and at the end of each school year, beyond our contracted time.
Along with field trips. We
And all
always
field
go
trips.
on field trips, the two of us.
Lastly, continuity of learning was mentioned in the memo as not happening in our job share model, when actually we have heard from many of our parents each year that this is the very thing that is a plus for their children. As both of us being grade 4 teachers in Newmarket for over 30 years each, we know the curriculum well and know what each other is teaching. We also have substituted for each other, and in 3 years, our students have only had have a sub one day. We've collected input from parents of our students that we have already passed out to you. Please feel free to ask any questions of us and we ask for your support in approving our job share for another year. And I just have one last thing that's not on the letter. I just taught the Bill of Rights to the 4th grade students because in preparation for our trip to Concord in 2 weeks. And we know that it's you, the board, that will be voting on this decision. And we will accept your decision if it's not based on accusations that we didn't even know about, that were just made known to us because we happened to see the memo. We haven't had a chance to defend ourselves, and we haven't seen proof of this.
And in fact, it was only a month or so ago that we started having grade level data meetings again in our school in person. And at that meeting, not one of our students was brought to our attention as a concern. So when we read the data piece of the memo, we were a little bit concerned that we have not been told about this, and now it's April. It seems timely.
So we hope that you can vote on this with the facts and the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, just a reminder, we have a motion on the table from Phil to approve it, and a second by Amy.
I would like the motion withdrawn and table the motion so we have more time to look at the data. I feel uneducated going and making this decision.
So I have concerns more about, it sounds like there's factual inaccuracies in the memo that was given us based on this, that I'm very interested in finding out what the truth is behind, where the truth lies between what we heard today and what's inside of the memo we were given.
So would you
But
like
I don't think that impacts.
That doesn't impact your motion, okay? And then just to reiterate, if we vote no, it's no to the job share, and that's the end of the discussion. So, any more discussion? No?
Can I just ask how the other people feel about doing the motion as opposed to tabling?
I would prefer to table it and get additional data. I think the sample or the amount of data we're given wasn't complete enough to make a truly, I wouldn't say educated decision, because it's certainly not my area of expertise, but best decision I could be comfortable with. That's how I would feel. All right. Any last discussion? All right. All in favor of approving the job share? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1. All right. And then if the board will entertain one last revision to the agenda, I'd just like to make a comment that the board can correct me on our behalf regarding the calendar, and that there's no intent to cut any paraprofessionals' time due to the teacher agreement, and that the district and SAU will have discussions about next school year at a later date, obviously, so. All right, moving on. Looks like we have a student representative report. I'm sorry, Lola.
Oh.
Can you say what you said again? I'm sorry, Gary, I missed what you just said.
Yeah, no, that there was no intent, that we have no intent to cut the union time due to the teacher agreement, and that the SAU and the district, the SAU and the support association will get together at a future time to discuss the next school year's calendar and work schedules.
We're going to have more conversation about the calendar, though, right? Because my
Yeah.
concern is beyond that.
Yeah, we can certainly have more discussion tonight if you'd like.
Just letting people know. Okay.
Yeah, just letting people know.
I know.
But we're discussing it now, so if you'd like to have more discussion, now would be the time.
Do you want?
Yeah. Do we have to like?
I'd rather get. We've got
Well,
admin.
I appreciate that, but we revised the agenda to discuss it, so
Okay.
I mean, we
Yep.
can stop discussing it and rediscuss it, but it seems a little odd.
Yeah, let's just discuss it.
So, I guess my concerns with the calendar lie in the 30 minutes on Wednesdays as every Wednesday 30 minutes, like at several levels. One, sounds like it was inside the collective bargaining agreement. And while the collective bargaining agreement was discussed at deliberative sessions, so there could have been questions on that, that it does not sound like what will be a major adjustment to parents' time was discussed or advertised in a pretty broad, open way for parents to even know willingly, like knowfully go to the ballot and say yes or no, I agree with this collective bargaining agreement. Because effectively what we're saying is they were voting on a calendar that we are supposed to approve, but now we are like basically hands tied saying you got to approve the calendar because it's in the collective bargaining agreement.
And we probably should have talked about this earlier, but it seemed to me more like although they're voting on the collective bargaining agreement, it was on the monetary portion more than the agreement
That's the whole agreement.
Okay.
Right, because the way the warrant it's very specific the way warrants are worded, which would only include the monetary portion. But like nowhere was it said, parents, take a look at this thing that is going to change your life on Wednesdays, which feels like they were hoodwinked. I feel a little bit hoodwinked because I voted on the thing. So I feels like a catch-22, and it feels like we're backed into a corner, and there's not a place that I feel like as a board we should be. Backed into a corner on a schedule that is going to impact parents' lives, and I understand it is for very good purposes. Curriculum development is critical as we move towards accreditation. It is absolutely essential time for teachers, but the structure of it feels like it was designed outside of like the public forum and is now entering the public conversation when, for all intents and purposes, we're being told like there's no way out of it. And last meeting we discussed, hey, let's think of different ways. And it felt to me like that conversation ended with some other proposals might come forward as to how we can spend that, like how we could find that 30 minutes or 15 and a half hours when you add it all up.
So I understand what you're saying about the warrant article. Again, I'm not entirely sure. Like the nuances of that are a little confusing to me about whether or not, I understand they're voting on the CBA, but it seems like you only presented the monetary.
Yeah.
But in any event, I also know I don't know if we could do while having a collective bargaining agreement discussion, we could do a survey to parents to find out how something that might be negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement would affect them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
Yeah.
I get that's I don't know how that would be done without causing.
But so never was it discussed at the last meeting that this half hour was done and said for because the CBA was approved. That came out after last meeting. That's last meeting. We had a long dialogue here about the calendar. Never was it said we have to do this because of the CBA. I feel like this is like now that is being said. The email that came out from the district said that. That again, it feels like lack of communication. And like we'll get into the paras. Like when I read that paras email, what I see there is a group that feels disenfranchised and not communicated with. And I feel like the totality of the calendar situation feels to me like just lack of open dialogue and communication. It all feels like shell games, right? Like what's happening here, what's happening there, as opposed to like just open, broad conversation about it.
No, I get
I
you.
mean, last time we were at the meeting 2 weeks ago, the paras said they didn't even know till Monday about this 30-minute change. I find that's non-communication. I mean, why? They should know it's going to affect them in a huge way. They could lose their benefits based on what hours they work each week. So I have an issue with it too. I don't have an issue, like Phil said. I know it's needed for the teachers. I have no problem with that. But I do feel like I was...
I would just clarify again, I mean, there's been no discussion, as far as I know, from the administration about cutting hours.
Right. Well, I know, but there was no communication
Sure, I
around
get
it.
that
So
point. Absolutely.
they thought that's what was happening to them, and I understand they felt, they felt attacked by it, I guess. So I think we need to figure this out, and I would like to know when this was actually discussed to the community, because that letter to me that was sent from Dr. Gibbons says that the community voted on it, but I don't know if that's true or not. Like, I didn't think I was voting on that as a community member before I became a board member. So I'm confused about that, where the communication breakdown is and how we deal with that now. So.
So, like, and I'm sorry I'm coming in hot in the first couple times.
No,
Like, this is not like my
no.
intention here.
And I agree with you. It does seem like there's certain communications that we need to do better. It sounds like, clearly, right?
Yeah, and I
mean, I think the letter that we jointly sent out for the survey, which we have some results from, I helped draft that letter, and it was not very clear, and created more confusion than it should have. So clearly, communication overall needs to, we need to work on that. Again, I don't know how you do that during a CBA unless you.
Like, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, I totally agree. Like, we can work collectively on the stronger communications with, like, and ongoing two-way communication dialogue with all elements of the community. But factually, right now, because of the CBA, I mean, this is a lawyer question. Do we have no choice but to approve a calendar that has a 30-day early release on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think that probably is a lawyer question,
Okay.
or we'd have to amend the CBA or something, which I don't even know if it's been fully ratified, so I don't even know how that would work. I mean, we obviously can't have kids in the
I can
school
certainly
without. Well, I mean, I guess we
Let me
could.
ask the attorney.
Yeah, and I don't know if we could even have. I don't think we have enough staffing to not have the teachers present with all the kids in the building, right?
Maybe that's the only solution.
So I'm
And
saying,
maybe there's
know,
an ongoing dialogue
yeah.
with the pairs, like about like how, like within the duty descriptions of their collective bargaining agreement, like the time we use productively, like a dialogue, right? Like maybe the Wednesday's 30 minutes is the solution, but it just feels shoved as opposed to dialogued about. To me, as a member of the board, I feel very backed into a corner on it and not a place I enjoy being.
I understand that completely. Andrew, you had sent Dr. Gibbons some questions. Do you want to quickly, I hate to put you on the spot, do you want to summarize what those were? So,
Oh, boy.
So just so that the board is
Oh,
aware of
boy.
them and if they have any additional questions.
Do
I
you?
know she's
Are
going to
you?
spend some time to find out the answers to those questions. So
You just want me to read the
I'm not
questions?
looking for the answers, but just so the board is aware as a whole what the questions are.
Are you okay if I pull up my phone
Totally
and read the
okay.
email?
Totally fine with that.
Oh, it's been a very long week. I apologize.
And if anyone's gotten the survey and hasn't responded, please do so. I think it's going to help us, no matter how we go
Okay.
forward, understand what's going on in the community. So.
Okay. So once
That's-
again.
I should have mentioned it to you earlier.
So once again, no. Once again, I sent these questions very recently, so I know there was time they needed to still answer them, and I didn't put pressure on it because I knew we weren't voting on the calendar today. So, concerning the proposed early Wednesday dismissals for next year, am I right to assume that no one's work hours, that the goal, that there's no decision on shortening the work week for anyone? How will this impact half-day preschool? What will teachers do that are not directly connected to the math program in the elementary school or UBD in the high school, such as teachers that teach specials or preschool teachers? And then I continue on concerning the half-day dismissals during the school year. I was wondering the thinking behind the half-day dismissals on those days periodically throughout the calendar. If they are all necessary, I specifically asked about the ones in December and April because someone that teaches, I could tell you that those are very difficult times to have a calendar change, as we lovingly call no school November. And then, of course, with winter weather and then with April, my concern was about AP exams because that's a mad rush with spring break coming up. And then my last question was just making sure that Linked Together will have access to the building from dismissal during those half days.
And again, Dr. Gibbons hasn't had time to research and finance it, so the next meeting we should have some answers to that. So.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. I thought it was important that the board as an
Okay.
entity be aware of what questions were out there. So if we have any additional ones. Or
in the future, should I include everyone on the board for those? Because I know we start running into issues with
I think you could send it to the chair and I could disperse them and just remind people not to discuss them.
Okay, great. Are you guys happy with my summary? I know.
Yeah, I want to thank you for those questions. Those are far better than the emotion I just displayed.
Oh, no.
Super helpful.
No.
All right, so we've done our discussion items. Now, if we return to our student representative report.
Yeah.
Which I'm very sorry we've skipped you several times.
That's fine.
There's no cutsies, I know, and I've blown that rule tonight.
Alrighty, the brief reprieve. The club fair this week finished up. It was a great opportunity for both high schoolers and middle schoolers who will be coming into high school next year to get to know the community and get involved. The posters will be up for the reopening ceremony on the 9th for any parents who are interested in learning more about them and encouraging their students to join. The Student Council announced their Spring Fling Reinvented. It will be in the week of April 18th. Monday will be anything but a backpack day. Tuesday is dress like a Zoom call day. Wednesday is country versus country club. Thursday is white t-shirt, blue jeans. And Friday is class color day, plus our first pep rally in like the first 2.5 years. The National Honor Society announced the end to their snowman contest. They're beginning the voting process. Pretty soon a public form should be sent out to decide the public's favorite, which will be a cash prize. Very fun. Our girls varsity softball team has an away game against Portsmouth Christian Academy, April 12th at 4 o'clock. Our co-ed varsity track team has a meet against Pelham High School, also away, on April 16th at 10 o'clock. And finally, juniors will be taking the New Hampshire statewide science assessment on Tuesday, April 12th. For any parents of juniors or juniors out there, make sure to email the IT department about getting a Chromebook if your student uses a personal device. And that's it.
Thank you so much, as always. And now we have superintendent report.
She covered it.
Boom. Done.
You know, just again reinforcing on Saturday, we have our from 9 till 12. There'll be tours in the school and, you know, ribbon cuttings and all kinds of fun things going on. So
we have some concerts from a couple of dance students and a small improv show as well.
Right. So please come. Lots of time and effort has been put into it by the students and administration, and the administration will be there, of course, if anybody would like to dialogue with us, since we have not been able to meet people and have those conversations. So,
awesome. Thank you very much. All right.
Can I ask real quick? You're a senior, right?
I'm a junior.
You're a junior. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're not worrying about college until next year. I was going to ask if you could make more.
You have some recommendations? Or?
No, I was going to say, please take it as a compliment that you are, I'm not quite sure I say acting as you're mature. I'm not going to say that you're acting like a senior because I'm not quite sure right now that's a compliment.
She's definitely very articulate, far more so than I am.
We are very lucky.
All right, now we have a student performance report.
Yes.
By our wonderful principals and assistant superintendent.
Yes. So I'll invite the staff up. We have our annual presentation, and of course, are thrilled to have the opportunity to share some of our journey with you this year. You know, we have some evidence that we're starting to see some uptick in some performance areas, though we recognize that we've got a distance to travel. And, you know, sorry for the delay. I know that you've been here a long time, so I'm going to turn we'll just pause for a little bit so that people can resettle themselves. And I'll turn the floor over to the admin team.
Sorry, if everyone could just wrap up, we can move on. Thank you so much. It's been a lot needing for our administrative staff and I think for the rest of us too. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Well, hi, it's nice to see everybody.
Nice to see you.
I'm Deb Black. I'm the assistant superintendent, and with me tonight is Sean Knight, our principal of the elementary school, and David Dalton, our high school and middle school principal.
Hi.
So we're happy to be here. So this evening, we're going to talk to you a little bit about some of our performance data. Some of this is actually data that came from our last school year, but we'll kind of give you a general overview. So just, and I know we do have some new people on the board, and we always have some new families that might be watching. So even though this might be redundant for some of you who've seen it in the past, I just wanted to share with you that in the district we do several kinds of assessment. Primarily, they fall into two categories: formative and summative. And when we talk about formative assessment, we're talking about those things that happen along the way. So during teaching and learning, when we're measuring how students are responding to that, that's formative. And then summative is that thing that happens at the end, and they liken that often to, when you're making a pot of soup, the chef is constantly adding it and tasting it and seeing how it's coming along, and then once you serve it, you're kind of done. That's what you're getting. So those are generally the types of assessments that we do. We also have interim assessments, and so I just want to share just a few of the types of assessments that we do provide that fall into those categories. We try, hopefully, the vast majority of our assessments, we want them to be formative. We want them to be able to allow us to adapt, change our strategies for teaching, and to respond to how students are doing. And then we have interim assessments. We're going to talk about one of our major interim assessments this evening, which is NWA. You've been administering that in the district for, I believe, about 15 years. It's kind of the gold standard in universal screening. And then we do some summative assessing, and those are the things like your SAT, your AP exams, our New Hampshire Sas, which is our state test. That is considered summative in the way that we use that data. And then, some of those do fall into multiple categories, which we can talk about as well. But those are the general assessment types that we have in the district. And if any of you have any questions at any time, just give me one of those. So what we're going to talk about first is the New Hampshire Sas. That is the state assessment system. Previously, we used, way back in the day, we used NECAP, and then we moved into Smarter Balanced, and now we use the Sas. That is administered annually, and it's administered in English language, arts, writing, and mathematics in grades 3 through 8. In grade 11, several years ago, the state adopted the SAT as the accountability measure for how we were doing. And so that's administered in grade 11, and then science is administered in grade 5, 8, and 11. And Lila, is that Lila. As Lila mentioned earlier, we're about to start that. We're going to be rolling on that pretty soon. But the data that we're going to share with you right now is actually the data from how our students performed last year in these assessments. Yeah.
Forgive me if you're not prepared to answer this.
No,
As a
that's
junior, okay. Right now there's a lot of talk about opting out of the NH Sas.
Yeah.
Could you tell me a little bit about the impacts that has on our school if
Absolutely.
too many people opt out?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are our accountability and whether or not we are considered a school that is doing well and not a school or a district in need of improvement really does depend on participation rates. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have participation, then what happens is our scores do fall dramatically, and a lack of participation ultimately can result in pretty catastrophic events. It was a few years ago that our commissioner thought it was a good idea to have the opt-out form. Before that, you really couldn't opt out unless you were critically ill or had a really good reason. But now it is, parents can make that choice, but it actually does really negatively impact how we look as a school system.
And if I could add to that, I think my understanding is that prior to this year, there was no penalty either to schools, and that this year, those scores will be counted as zeros towards the cumulative average. So it's spoke about some
Yes.
kids opting out, and when that happens, especially this time of year, you know, we know there's a lot going on. There's AP tests. Kids are under a lot of testing stress, and the kids who opt out tend to be those high flyers. So then the district then loses that high scorer from the rating, and so that shows up against the school. It's part of the community profile.
I was going to ask, and you may, I don't know if we're thinking the same thing, but there's no penalty to these students to take the tests, and it doesn't go against their any kind of future grade or college. So there's really no reason to, except for maybe being overwhelmed
it reports as you said, it reports as a zero. Like they got
so
all of them wrong,
really
which
we
then
need
goes to
people
the
to
aggregate
take
scores,
it.
and it really makes our data
That's a scary thought.
hard to interpret.
Sorry, Phil, did you have
And sometimes I think with this being new, that new piece for the accountability, students don't necessarily know that. So we're reaching out to make sure they're making informed decisions.
That's a scary thing. Yeah, great. Good to hear.
The decision to have that come out as a zero, where'd that come out of the commission?
Yes.
Who?
No, it doesn't. No, it's how it's calculated.
Not the board, it's the commission.
I don't know that it's the commission. It may be federal, because accountability. The state of New Hampshire responds to the federal accountability requirements. So I would assume that is part of our federal requirement to report those as zero. Yeah.
I think the federal accountability piece is 95%. That is set by the federal, and then how that gets administered falls to the state, is my understanding.
I hope we reach out to parents as well to let them know that we get it. Your kids might be under stress, but this doesn't hurt them, and it's going to really hurt us. I mean, that's catastrophic.
We're in a better place now, but
that's great to hear.
Yeah, spread the word well.
No, we're talking about on Saturday.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for asking the question. That's great. Great question. That was a great question. So the first slide that we're going to look at is our SAS results for grades 3 through 8 and 11, keeping in mind that when this is the aggregate, so this is all of the scores combined, and these are our scores as we compare to our benchmark districts, and these were schools that along with the teachers, and I believe the board maybe was involved in that. The ones we decided that we would look at as like comparisons, because we want to look at schools that are similar in our demographics and our size, but we also want to look at what are some schools that are doing really well, and so this is kind of our group that was selected, and this is how Newmarket as an aggregate in math performed last year. So keeping in mind this was last year's teaching year, this was during COVID, during the pandemic, when we had kids in and out, and so they took that test in the spring, and we got those results in the fall.
Can I ask real quick about these? How were they decided?
How are what decided?
The districts that we're comparing to.
There was a process my first year to identify comp communities, and so we looked at all kinds of different demographic factors. We came up with, I think there was 5 factors. I can share that with you, Andrew. The list of them and the metrics that was used to identify who might be like communities. And then this year, when we were in negotiations, one of the questions that came up is, how similar really is it? Even if you look at all the statistics in the world, there's certain other factors that weren't really taken into consideration. One of was proximity to our school. And so we looked at additions. So we dropped 3 that were originally like communities because they weren't in close proximity. And we added 3 new ones that we all agreed to. And we looked at a variety of different components, like they had to be within an hour's distance from our school district, and so I could give you a list of all of the criteria that was used in identifying them. But we've been using those like districts when we're looking at all data, right? So that we're not constantly changing, So when we're looking at what our salary guides look like and benefits compared to whom, it's not cherry picking. When we're looking at this data, you're looking at the same like communities year in and year out, so that you can actually see how you're progressing or not against the same benchmark communities. So I can give you a list. I don't remember off the top
So-
of my head of the salary.
Yeah, I'd be curious too, the three that changed, because I don't, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not imagining it that Wyndham
What?
and Bedford were not on there last year, correct?
They weren't, because
Okay.
those were ones.
Mas-
Yeah,
We
we
had
had
Mascoma
White,
or
White Mountain,
White River,
White
There was
Mountain.
Muskoma.
Muskoma.
Yeah,
Muskoma.
way
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
factors
Yeah.
that were not considered in the initial criteria that, when arguments were made, why they really wouldn't
Yeah, it's interesting.
be like, you know. So we actually spent quite a bit of time discussing that. And I think the consensus was, yeah, we would drop the three that just seemed to be completely out of, one, our region, and two, they were much more rural, they were, you know, all of those kinds of things, so that we could,
Like I
all
said,
feel comfortable
yeah.
about the.
Yeah, and obviously you guys went the process much better than I do, more
Yeah.
knowledgeable. I'm just surprised because Wyndham and Bedford are socioeconomically right now.
Yeah, they
They're
don't
very
strike me as
different.
very-
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they are great
And they
people
were,
to
and they
compare
were a
to,
bit,
but-
yeah, and they were a bit stretch, right? So one of the things we talked a lot about in the teacher negotiations was, you know, some of the challenges that we had, and some of the, you know, goals and aspirations that we had
Yeah.
for improving student outcomes. And we talked a lot about, you know, that we wanted to have a couple of stretch districts in there, you know, that we shouldn't aspire to just be average, right? We should aspire to be exceptional. And so what does exceptional look like? And what are those communities that are in close proximity to us, that people are familiar with, that would be considered more high performing
I
than.
don't disagree with the idea of stretching,
Yeah.
but I just don't know if when you're looking at grades or salaries or things like that, if that's when you want to bring in stretch districts. I feel like it's more like.
They
don't
weren't
know.
all. They were just adding two that they felt we all talked a lot about it, you know, what were those factors, and
Yeah, I'd love to really see the criteria too.
And,
I
and,
don't-
and it was understood that, yeah, when you're looking at salaries and stuff, we talked a lot about it. We have a certain tax base that is not the same as some of these others, you know, so you're not going to load them up on that end. And we have others that, you know, our tax base is a little, you know, better than theirs, right? But that, it wasn't just one factor.
But your
I
zip
guess is what
code
I'm saying.
shouldn't dictate how good your education is. And, you know, looking at all the different, you know, and so we took a wide variety of like districts.
Oh, were you in that discussion?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
were
we
you
all
and
were.
Kim?
No,
Oh, we weren't.
You
Yeah.
and Kim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
For
we,
the
We weren't in
collective
discussion.
bargaining.
oh, yeah, for
Yeah.
teachers, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
thank you. That's where it came, that's why I missed it.
So, anyways, I'm happy to
Oh,
provide
no.
you with
Thank
the
you.
criteria.
Sorry, we've gone
but
way off
yeah.
topic. You guys are gonna hear all
Yeah.
that. You're bringing Stephen back.
Okay, so at any rate, this was Newmarket in comparison to some local districts, some regional districts, and then some that were that have been identified as reach districts for us. And then we looked at comparison by grades. So not that it's necessarily extremely relevant, but this is how we compared to other districts locally, regionally, and the stretch districts at grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6 in math. And then we looked at trends over time, and I'll pass it at this point. Did you want to address this side, or you want me to? Oh, I'll do this one. All right. So one of the things that we talk a lot about is that you really want to follow the same cohort of students or the same group of kids over the course of years to see how things are going. Keeping in mind always that there always is some transient action that happens in schools, and we do have the laws of small numbers. We're a small school, so a couple of kids can really have a strong impact. But if you look, we have our current grade 12, and then our current grade 11, and progresses to grade 7, and then we have those students' scores in each ensuing year in math. Keeping in mind that we had a year there where we had no SAS assessment, which was the year before last. So, but these are, and the SAT becomes the accountability assessment. So you see in the 11th grade trend, or the current 12th grader, they took the SAT last year. And Mr. Dalton will talk to you a little bit about how they arrive at those norms and how they arrive at that for accountability. Yeah.
So just to clarify, so any student who was not in the 11th grade, also in these other grades, were removed from the overall scoring. So, for instance, if you in the 11th grade had 30 kids leave,
Yep, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't be included in the trend.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So if you had kids move in or out, it's.
Well, okay, I guess I asked that incorrectly. Are you comparing the same student from grade 6, 7, 9,
Yes.
and 11?
Yep.
The same. Okay. Perfect.
It's the same class. Yeah.
Well, the
That's
same class or the same
but you
student?
can have people come in and out of that class each year. So it's not, so that,
It's
so that
the grade
students, it's the
report.
grade
It's
report.
It's the grade.
Data, it is not individual students.
You see, the problem is that we get a skew, right? If we have a year that, like last year, we had like 8 kids leave.
Right. Exactly. It's again, you have to statistically, you always have to ask questions, and at the end of the day, we're always looking for trend, and you have multiple years, and so if you start to see the same thing kind of happening consistently, then you have a trend, and sometimes it's hard to see if there is one or not. We definitely have noted that we did see over time that our math scores were going down, and you can't really sometimes think, well, gosh, did we have kids moving in and out of all of our cohorts at a rate that would affect it? We definitely were seeing that was happening. And that's why last year we came to you and asked for a math program, because we knew we needed to respond to that. Was something we wanted
This makes
to.
me question the SAT as
Yeah.
a test.
So, well, that
like
was
it's like
so-
everyone else
yeah.
is trending down, but it spikes for.
Yeah, and that is, and like I say, Dave's going to talk to you a little bit about that, but they use a different process for coming up with their cut scores.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a nice look up. And it could be also, we can't discount the reality that SAT is high stakes, right? So SAS is not high stakes for kids. So their actual involvement in the SAT does speak to something. But then we also have to say, well, all kids probably in the state are having the same involvement and commitment to SAS. So, it's not different anywhere. But
there's
when
SAT
you see that
prep.
jump
There's
here,
SAT prep and stuff that happens.
right.
And there's no SAS prep, I assume.
No. Well,
there is
can
a-
prep
It's
for it.
normal, yeah, every day, yeah.
Yeah. So that's and then generally you will see, a lot of times kids' scores will go down during transition years. So when they go from the elementary to the middle, or from the middle to the high, transition years are stressful for kids, and they're in a new school, and we do oftentimes see an issue. I think that issue became much less when we switched to testing in the spring, because we used to administer kneecap in the fall, and we really saw a lot of that, like a lot of really rapid drops. But now they've kind of had the whole year to settle in, so I don't think we see that those transition gaps as much as we once did. And so this is, did you want to speak to the grade 5?
Actually, thanks. You can see here, this is just the grade 5 trend for proficiency. This is our current 6th grade, because keep in mind that this test was given last spring to the spring 5th graders. You'll see we don't have 4th grade data, because that year the state did not actually administer the state assessment. So you can see that in 3rd grade we're around 49%, and in 5th grade we're at about 28%.
So here's the thing, I will say once again, that was a significant drop for us, but it was also a significant drop nationally. Everybody knew that when we saw the COVID loss, it was going to be the worst in math, because parents are less likely to be able to support and help their kids with math at home. Math is a harder thing to teach remotely, because of, especially at the earlier grades, you have a lot of hands-on, manipulative-based, inquiry-based instruction. And reading, it's a little easier to engage and do things online. It was easier to do. So
How does our percent drop compared to the national average?
it's about the same. We're all the national average. The whole nation came down pretty significantly, and they knew that was going to happen. Achieve the Core really kind of about mid-year last year recognized that was already happening because of winter benchmarking from NEWA and STAR and some of those assessments. They already saw it happening, which was why we started having those really deep conversations. I kind of went through the Achieve the Core documents, and we met with teachers to talk to them about it. Between now and the end of the year, these are the power standards. These are the most important. This is the most important learning for your grade level to focus on between now and the end of the year. And then we started looking at core programming because we didn't have a core math program. So so we saw it coming.
Forgive me if you already explained this, but if I just
Yeah.
missed it. When you talk about proficient, is this, I guess, is the proficiency set before the student takes a test, or is it after they get all the data, they decide this is our upper quartile, this is our, like, kind of a curve?
Yeah, I believe that they are normed as they take the test, but they are based against the Common Core, so they're cut scores based on what the student should know and be able to do at that grade level. How often they renorm that, I'm not sure. If they renorm it annually, or how that exactly works.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Again, proficiency, you can see for, this is again math, SAS, state assessment results for grades 4 and 3. And the grade 4% proficient is the current 5th grade. Grade 3 proficiency, say that again, is the current 4th grade. And again, it kind of points that, you know, it was the spring SAS assessment last year. There was, you know, the gap from being remote. We had a lot of kids who were in a remote setting. And it was, again, a COVID year, so it was a challenging year. And, you know.
This was their first year taking that assessment too.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, particularly for the 3rd graders, yes.
For people that are watching at home, can you kind of break down what this rate means? A little more of a definition.
Yeah.
That
So
the,
essentially,
43%.
Yep. So 40 like in grade 4, 41% of our students were proficient in mathematics based on that assessment.
So in grade 4,
yeah,
43% of the students are proficient in math. 41.
And 38 in.
That's based on the
grade
state
4.
cut scores.
So based on the state test scores, only 43% of those students are proficient.
Yeah,
correct.
In 2021.
In
last year,
right?
Yeah.
Spring, yeah.
And we
Right.
could
Well,
see
and what
results of
nationally, what's, you know, again, nationally, what percentage?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
COVID.
COVID is it.
Right,
and it's apples
but
to
for
apples
people that
because
don't, you know, who haven't seen these type of reports,
Right.
I just want a little more
Yeah.
explanation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And not all states take SAS. Some states use other statewide assessments, but there are a lot of them that do. And then this is math. So this was last year. This was all grades. So if you looked at, again, different cohorts, so separate classes, but these were all of our grades. So this is the percentage of students who were proficient in math at each of those grade levels.
Deb, I have a question. So
Yeah.
in 11th grade, you said they use their SAT score.
Yeah.
For this.
The Department of Education.
Why is that?
So years ago, there was a lot of concern. New Hampshire, we went through a period of time where we were trying to get away from state tests, and so we developed, they called them PACE schools, and so schools could develop their own competency-based system. And the whole notion was that if you're developing, if you have field-tested, approved competencies, you don't need to take a state assessment because you can demonstrate it that way. Well, at the same time, SAT was going through an evolution, and they were saying, well, gosh, this test, what does this tell us about kids? And so they completely restructured the SAT and aligned it to the college and career readiness standards. So the entire test changed, everything about the SAT changed, and so because it was aligned to the Common Core, the argument in our Department of Ed, which was a great one, was that why would we not use the SAT? Because the kids have to take it.
Right.
It's an accountability, and it's also high stakes for the kids.
Another test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is
right.
Makes great sense.
So looking at these, it makes me wonder what the distribution is for these scores, right? Like, do we have like a bimodal, like where there's like some really high and others are like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's not like a normal distribution.
Well, this is the percentages of students. So this is not the combined score.
Yeah.
No, this would be like, if you had 100 kids, 33 of them were proficient.
So what about like in the scores?
You absolutely have a huge distribution in scores. Yeah.
Do you see
Which you're going to see, which you see with NEWA a lot. because you can have a student that, when we get to that, can make 200% growth. You know, they can make twice as much growth in a year, and another student might make 5%
Yeah,
of their
'cause my
growth.
question is born of like that. Are there haves and have-nots? Are there kids who are doing really, really well?
Yep.
Like 41% doing like really, really well, and then the rest like way off on the other side, or there's something.
So how close to proficient
There
is
we
your
go.
question?
And we
So I'm
actually-
gonna.
we see some of that breakdown with NEWA.
And I'll show you that in EWA, which is how we kind of try and get those kids over that hump by identifying who those kids are. And I'll show you that. So this is English Language Arts, similar to math. This is how we do in ELA compared to our like districts. Traditionally in Newmarket, we've done a little bit better in English Language Arts. And I do know that prior, I mean, last year was my arrival year here, but prior to that, I know that the elementary school had done a lot of work with what's her name? Carol Tolman.
Yeah, Carol Tolman, and we also adopted the Superintendent Reading Program, which is grades K through 2.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing those benefits of that now.
And then this is the patterns by grade. So this is how each of our grade levels compare to our comparison schools. Grades 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then these are our trends over time for same cohorts or same classes of students as they've moved through their program here in the district.
Again, grade 5 ELA pattern over time. This is our current 6th grade class. This is based again off the spring state assessment. Grade 3, you can see it there, and then grade 5. You don't have grade 4 represented because it was not given that year.
But isn't it interesting that math just took a nosedive, but English ELA
Is that
just
a
actually went up a
67?
little?
Yeah, it's
Right?
amazing.
And I think that is, and I think you can contribute that as Deb Black just said a little while ago, is that even though we're in remote for a lot of that year, parents are much more comfortable with reading. So you can give a lot of kids a book to read, and if you give a huge amount of time for kids to read, they're going to pick it up. They become very passionate, and I think that's reflected that you see that kind of trend upwards there. Again, proficiency rates for our grades 4 and 3. So on the left-hand side is our current 5th grade, and on the right is the current 4th grade. But this, again, is the results of the tests that we took in the spring of the previous year, 21.
And so that's all grades at a glance. And if I look at that, I see a positive trend. I see that we're adding value, as opposed to seeing a trend where value is decreasing over time. So, that's
a nice trend to see.
Yeah. So the next assessment we're going to talk about is NWEA, or math testing, and it measures what students know and what they're ready to learn next. Essentially, it's a curriculum-based measure, but it also looks at them developmentally from the earliest aspects of acquisition of literacy and foundational math. And then it's an adaptive assessment. So as students begin taking the assessment, the questions get harder, or they get easier, or they change and adapt. So a student might be, for example, in numbers and operations, and just within that strand, questions will go up and down until it finds out where are they in numbers and operations. It'll do the same thing in geometry and measurement, and all of the various aspects. We get a lot of information on kids with NEWA. It is what we refer to being formative. It's very formative because we can actually real time respond, and we now have brought on some tools, Exact Path by Edmentum, which we talked about last spring. We've got kids in there, and that connects to NEWA. We also have math seeds and reading eggs. And so kids essentially go in, we upload their NEWA score. The student has an exact path of learning that's
specific to them, and that it continually adapts up and down. So as they learn, it takes them up. So it's just another tool to help us address, individual and to personalized learning. But like I say, it's adaptive, it's dynamic, it is aligned to college and career readiness standards. It is nationally normed, so when you see these norms, it's all across the country, and NEWA is the most widely used of all the universal assessment tools. Millions of kids take NEWA, and not just in the United States. It's a very widely used assessment. We can group kids for a like skill, and it gives us, lexiles for reading, so we can match students to text, which is great. And that's not just important in elementary. I mean, what we know for sure is that if you've got a kid in the high school and they're struggling in social studies, maybe the text is not differentiated or not at their reading level. So now are we really assessing what they know in social studies, or are we assessing that they couldn't read the social studies? And that's one of the things we added too, is the full suite of Newsela or Newsela. And so a teacher can go in and have any topic, and they have curriculum architects that will actually align reading materials that are on the exact same topic with the exact same competency acquisition that we're expecting, but at as many as 8 different reading levels. So we the best practice is to administer fall, winter, and spring. The struggle that we have is that in the spring we also have SAS and we have SAT, and we walk that really fine line because we don't want to over-assess kids and stress them out. We want to know how they're doing, but if we look in the fall and we look in the winter, we can be a little more flexible in spring because we do get the SAS data. The thing about right now is we kind of feel like it's important for us to be administering the SAS for math because we have a new program and we want to see how kids are responding and see if what we're hoping is happening because we want to measure what happened from winter to spring with math. And SAS won't really do that for us. Because what SAS does is it gives us a targeted growth. So if a student is making a year's growth in a year's time, they would make 100% growth. And if they're not, then that means their gap is getting wider every year, and that's alarming. And we have to pay attention to that. So we test those 3 times, with spring being the flexible time. And maybe we also might just say that we have 20 or 30 kids that we really want to take a look at if we think it's going to help them out. Re-administer historically up until last year grades 3 through 8, but this year we added grades 1 and K1 and 2 actually. That slide is wrong. And we added grade 9. So this is our math from winter to winter, so winter 21 to winter 22, and that's the norms. The above average students are in the 61st percentile or above. Average 41 to 60 below is 40. You always want to see, what you want to see are those green and orange boxes getting bigger, and you want to see the yellows getting more green, and you don't want to see a lot of that red and blue, right? So that's kind of, and so that's right, for the proficiency rate for every single grade level right there. So for example, if you look like this year's grade 3 is now this year's grade 4. And this is for winter. So this was their winter benchmark in January. So again, when we look at data geeks, we know that we've added some kids. So it's not all the same kids, but we have seen that we did see a little uptick in the percentage of students that were above average, in that above average range. We saw some decreases in the average and below average. So we're very hopeful that that's a really positive trend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Points to the program that we brought on, and the kids are really discussing and thinking and sharing their thoughts. It's not that kind of rote skill anymore. So I think you're seeing that kind of increase there. I think the benchmark NEWA, you can see that being reflected.
And I think the other thing too is that teachers are new to this inquiry-based approach. And so to get in 4 months' time, a result like that just speaks volumes for both the efforts on behalf of the teachers as well as the importance of having a core math program, you know, and all of the professional development, I have to say, that's gone along with it. Right. We've invested significantly in PD, and part of that is because our calendar allowed us to be able to have one full day of PD every single month this year. So.
Yeah, at our secondary level, our math teachers had individualized coaching before every single unit, before they taught it. And then they could talk at the end of the unit, they could talk to their coach too and say, hey, this is what happened. And at the elementary level, we had 4 training sessions. We've had ongoing support as needed. We did train our paraprofessionals. They expressed that they would have wanted to know a little bit about the math program at the elementary level, and so we did that. We know that we're not done. We're going to keep going. Right now, we've engaged demonstrated success. They work with the Department of Ed a lot, but they've come in and we went in and we did classroom observations. We observed in every single elementary classroom, and looking for the primary things that we want to see, like math dialogue, kids talking about math, hands-on learning, the inquiry. We went and did all of those things, and now demonstrated success. A coach is going to come in and she's going to model lessons at each grade level, and the teachers are going to get to watch, and then we'll debrief and talk about it later. So it's really just about getting chances to talk. I mean, lesson study is one of the things they do a lot in Finland, and we hear that in other countries, is teach and talk. Like, what did you see? What did you like? What did you think could have gone better? So at any rate, that's how things are going in math. I'm very excited to see what the spring benchmark looks like. And this is ELA, English Language Arts, from winter last year to winter this year. And again, you want a different group. We want to see those proficiency levels changing. This is the more interesting of the slides. So we saw 12% more students this year. And again, we also have to keep in mind our kids are have been more in school and healthier and better. It's been a more normal year. But that's a great trend. We just want to keep seeing that. And then with that, I will transition to Mr. Dalton.
Which one am I clicking?
This is good.
Okay. So
So I will share some of the other summative. Actually, PSAT could probably fall under formative because it really doesn't count for anything. But I'll take you through those assessments. First, questions are coming up about school day SAT. As Deb said, this started in some planning in 2016. College Board started working with a number of states who were interested in looking at using the SAT as their statewide assessment. And there's a number of other states that use SAT, but there's not a lot of them. There's a handful of states that do that. And the states got together and they met and they looked at some SAT scores, and they looked at correlations between those scores and success in college, particularly in that first year. And they defined that as being able to earn a C in a college course during their freshman year. And so what they did was they correlated that data, and they determined benchmark scores for the PSAT and benchmark scores for the SATs. And those are the benchmark cut scores for proficiency for the junior year high school test, if that makes sense. So this just talks about the new SAT that Deb already talked about, that they went through a revisioning process for the SAT. The old SAT that many of us took that's not what we're seeing today. It's very different. It's aligned with different standards. The PSATs specifically are linked to the Khan Academy pieces, and we get really detailed reports. We can pull a lot of reports down from PSAT that can tell us where we're seeing strengths, where we're seeing weaknesses. And that can be used for instructional planning, curriculum mapping, thinking about areas that we need to look at from a curriculum standpoint and really spend some time developing, perhaps. And it also informs instruction and everything that goes along with it. It's really curriculum instruction and assessment that benefits from that data. So we started with some PSAT data. This first chart is just showing 10th grade to 11th grade for a year of graduation for classes that took it both years. So, so what we see is what you would expect. This is the class of 2021, and this is math is in red, evidence-based reading and writing is in blue. And then you see how they did the following year in 11th grade. So, you see what you want to see. This one's a little flat, but you see an increase here. Same class of 2022, you see that they're increasing in both. 23, you see that they're increasing in both. 24 just took this, that's their first result. We don't have a next year yet for them. So, it looks good. What you don't see here, though, is what's happening to proficiency, because the cut scores for PSATs, the proficiency marks are lower than they are in 11th grade. It goes up by 50 points in each. So we'll look at that as well.
I'm going to show my ignorance here for real quick.
Yeah.
What is like a mean score nationally for the PSATs?
Nationally?
A good, I wrote that down, was 1060. Okay is 920, and then excellent is 1180.
Well,
the PSATs.
Those are combined.
Combined.
Yeah, those would be combined scores. We're going to actually show that chart as well in a second. But just in case I forget to say it or I say it at the wrong time and I give you the PSAT one instead of the SAT one, the proficiency score for the SAT, we're in PSAT right now, but for the SAT is 480 for evidence-based reading and writing, and it's 530 for math. Okay? And then for PSAT, it's 430 for evidence-based reading and writing, and it's 480 for math. So just think about that as you're looking at the data. So this one, this is the PSAT. This is percent meeting those benchmarks, which is proficiency. So so blue is the percentage of students that are meeting both benchmarks from that class. So class of 2020, this was the year we began having all sophomores take it. So we don't have the data for 2020, that was the mark. So class of 2021, we look here, you see what happened. So even though in the prior graph, we saw that they made gains each year in both categories all the way across, when you look at proficiency in both evidence-based reading and writing and math actually went down. Not as many kids were proficient in both. Same thing for English in that year for the evidence-based reading and writing. So you can see that's what you're looking at there. So this one, I thought, this one really tells the COVID impact, I think, this year, this 2023 class. You just see you get a drop. We had a slight drop, meeting both. And math was not significant, but it went down. Yeah, actually, the evidence-based reading and writing dropped quite a bit. So SAT, to your point, this is the state average. So I don't have the national on here, but the state average and the Newmarket average over class years going forward. So you can see we crossed the state average, and we're a little bit above it. Like to see that we're trending in the right direction. We'll see what the future holds there, but it looks like we're going in the right direction. Again, for the SAT, this is the mean evidence-based reading and writing and mean math scores by, again, year of graduation. So, you can see.
There's a lot more parity in the SAT than there is in the PSAT.
Seems to be.
But
Now,
still, if you're looking at 2008 compared to 2020, then in your math scores, you're looking at a 30-point increase there? Yeah.
A little less here, but still ticking up.
The math, the PSAT, like the math is so low compared to the ELA, whereas here you see much more.
Yep.
This is, again, just showing us the percent of students who are meeting that benchmark either both benchmarks or meeting math or evidence-based reading and writing. This just means here the 12th grade, the test is normally given in 11th grade. That particular year, the spring got canceled, and we pushed it to the fall. So they took it as seniors at the beginning of the year. So there's a data impact there. You know, there's all kinds of factors going on there. Summer loss, summer brain, and COVID as well. So
When,
our little dip.
When in the fall was it given? Right at the beginning of the year?
It was October, I believe.
Yeah, that's pretty early. Yeah,
it was.
This is nice. This is encouraging here. So class of 2021 with regard to proficiency here. You know, when we talk about groups and what we're seeing in direction, we've got definitely some movement here. We moved all these kids that are sort of on the fringe. We were able to grab most of those kids. You know, if it was apples and apples, and as well as sort of moving the bottom, even if just a tick. So class of 2022, you know, a lot more students on track for being able to successfully navigate a college course, according to that data. AP, you know, we're fortunate to be able to we have a number of advanced placement courses that are taught at our school, and then a number of students also access other advanced placement classes through virtual learning platforms, both VLAX and Virtual High School, which we participate in. What you can see, take the COVID year out, just wipe it out. But you see, it kind of makes sense when you're looking at it. And our numbers of students who are taking AP has been relatively constant, although I didn't do it as a percentage of the class, and the classes are a little bit smaller. So the percentage may actually be higher, and I didn't do that calculation. Number of exams is, I would argue, probably going up based on the number of kids taking the exams. There was a lot, in terms of participation, a lot of VLAX last year. Because kids were home. We had a lot of factors that affected people sort of reaching and taking courses. That also tells you, though, that they did fairly well on all the courses. We've added courses at our school, right? This year we have an AP Environmental Science that's an add, which we're really excited about. Last year was the first year for AP Bio. Our students did extremely well in AP Biology last year. We added AP Stats this year, and we also still have a number of other courses. We have AP Lit and Comp. We're offering AP Calc AB, AP Push. AP Chem is offered, although it didn't run this year. And we offered the AP Physics through the BU program, that accelerated program, and students take it virtually, but they take it at our school with support. So there's a lot of good things there. It's a nice trend. It's hard to, you know, the 2020 exams were given digitally. They weren't really prepared. It happened in the spring. I'm not sure what that really means, that 2020 year, but I think the rest of the trend is pretty true.
Dave, what? I'm sorry. Please. Your question's probably better than mine.
Oh, no. Well, I was going to make a comment.
It's got to be now.
My experience in AP in 2020, like, it was, like, the way it was designed was to help students. And then in 2021, they were offered 2 different tests. And I found out after the fact that the way I was teaching, the way I've been taught to teach throughout the entire year, did not match up with the tests that my students were given because of the version that they were given. So it just hurt across the board. So, and that mine's the example for everyone else. So yeah.
And that was last year or?
Last year.
Last year, yeah.
I'm still angry.
Yeah. well, it's interesting. I hope that's true, because that means these numbers could even be higher.
Well, and
right?
in fact, the small increase says a lot.
Yeah.
So, and especially adding more students into the taking the AP exam, statistically that would go down as your group goes bigger. So I think that's good.
And I think one of the other things to note too is in 2018 and 19, significant numbers of students were taking VLAX as opposed to having courses here with live teachers. And you can really see kind of the impact of having real teachers sitting in front of kids. I mean, VLAX is great for some students, but for other students, you know, having a live teacher working with them actively can make a huge difference too. So in 2020, even though that there was some differences in there, you know, a lot of the tests here are being taken, you know, based on our staff.
More tests
More tests.
more tests
More
than
tests.
before are coming
Yep.
from our school and our teachers.
This year or 2020?
And,
Both years.
Both years they've been increasing the last two. Yeah, there was like I said, we added AP biology last year. Those results were great, and I know we added. Is there another new one last year? No, the following year. This year we added two more. Yes. We added two more.
So I had a couple questions that Phil, did you want to know?
Like, it would be interesting to see like the breakdown of those numbers,
Mhm.
like VLAX versus home tests, like
Mhm.
home in the district, right?
Yeah.
Like, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
So
And a lot of those kids that take APs, of course, are much more independent in their learning skills, right?
Yeah.
So the number of exams compared to the number of students, AP students, is just some AP students taking it more than once, I presume?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, some
And
take more than
what grade levels are allowed to take AP classes and exams? I assume that's 11th and 12th?
It's generally 11th and 12th graders, and others can take it by permission if they're qualified to take them. They can. But you're really talking about junior and senior year for AP courses. Yeah. And you know, really one of the things that I would hope happens over time is that as we continue, as we add programming and as we support the programs that are there and are able to get our kids in, which is a challenge in our schedule because we have a lot that goes on with between SST and you know, trying to get folks into, you know, we try to offer everything. We try to be everything to everybody in Newmarket, right? And it's hard when you're small to be able to do that and to get everybody into those courses. But one of the things, you know, over time, for at least the college-going population and those that could be, is you really want every kid to have had a shot at an AP course. You know, and rather than have it be an exclusive thing to be an AP student, it should be a really inclusive thing. We want to encourage kids to try to challenge themselves because the rigor of an AP course is a better preparation for what you're likely to face in most college situations. And for some students, I think that's a big jump for them when they get to college and they haven't had an AP course. It's sort of an eye-opening experience that they may or may not survive. And for the kids who've had it, they go in with their eyes open about what it could be.
So is that, we're talking like 20% of our kids in 11th and 12th grade combined are AP students-ish?
I'd say about that, yeah, depending on the class size.
I mean, I assume
yeah.
160 total kids, so.
Yeah, probably a little less than that, but.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Is a student required to take the AP exam if they take the AP class?
I put that in this year.
Okay.
I put that in as a requirement this year.
Does the
yes.
district pay for it?
No, students have to pay for the exam.
It's $100. My son took many.
You have to pay in November.
Yeah. So this data here is some other indicator stuff, but this is student achievement. I put this up here. This is right from you can get this. You can go to the DOE site. This is just the DOE site, and I put it up here because it does have the science proficiencies, which we didn't have anywhere else, and to at least show that. And I was kind of this is really encouraging as well. I mean, 18, 19, 20. This is about the same, but there's a color code up here as well I want you to see. And last year's group was top 25% in all those areas. And this growth was really, this is significant too. There's been a lot of changes there. I think this speaks to not taking a lot of VLAX classes last year. You know, some kids did. There was a lot of that, but the kids that were at our place, they were taking our courses fully scheduled if they want to be. It was only the kids that really opted to stay home because of COVID that would have had more VLAX. So it was mixed, but I think that's a good sign, and I'm hoping that carries forward again for this year.
Those numbers are fantastic.
Right? Definitely hopeful.
This is coming out of the blue. It's okay to say I don't know. Do you know if the civics classes at the high school moved to using the new civics exam?
We have talked. We have not done it yet.
Okay.
We didn't do it this year. The plan is to get that into the curriculum for next year.
Okay. Awesome.
And that's a graduation requirement.
Okay. It's not next year, but the following year, correct?
Correct. For the following year. That's right.
Okay.
And we're having talks about whether our course needs to be longer. or not. Right now it's a semester course, and so we're trying to figure out what we need to do to accommodate that well.
Thank you very much.
Quite pretty good, yeah. This is another one. I think that one of the other things that we did, and that was happening actually when I arrived last year. So this isn't something I started. This was something that was starting last year. Is we're getting back to sort of we're looking at competency reviews, and I think there's more work here going forward that will involve the board. I think there needs to be discussions about our graduation requirements. Our credits are very high compared to the other schools around us. We're at 28.25 to get a Newmarket diploma. The state minimum for a diploma is 20. There seems to be a number in between those two that makes a lot more sense because we have really a big split among our students. You know, we have students who have no trouble getting to 28.25, and we have students who struggle to get to 20, and you know, not a whole lot in the middle. So so things like the dropout rate, the graduation rates, the 5-year graduation rate, the 4-year graduation rate, those numbers are improved by getting to kids who need help. It's not the other kids who do school well, it's the other kids who need help. And I think we need to look at that, and maybe in conjunction with like expanding our ELO program going forward, which we're looking to do, and giving kids other opportunities for earning credits and having experiences. That in conjunction with looking at maybe which kids are, you know, we didn't do the breakdown of how many kids, how many 20 credit diplomas, but I know it's a lot this year still. It's sort of a 2-year window. We're hoping that we broke that cycle with our last year's incoming freshman class. But if you miss 1 or 2 credits, you're already way behind in 1 year, you know, and they chase. So back to competency review. They had started building in competency review sections so that students could get those credits made up in a year and then do summer school and try to do some catch up. So we're trying to get kids to graduation. Kids don't want to be a 5-year graduate. Like, we can talk about a stigma associated with finishing school and not having lots year of graduation stamped on kids. And we know that that's perfectly fine from a lifetime view. But when you're a kid, you want to graduate with your classmates. And for students who lose that position quickly, there's really, they really get dejected down, and it's easy for them to quit. And so we're constantly reaching back out to those kids, trying to help them, get them in to say, we can get you straight in this class, we can get you right in this class, so that you don't have to fail it. By the way, sit in it for the whole year and fail it, and then have to do summer school. So we're doing a lot more of that intervention right now. Even this year, we intervened. We're using the Edmentum courseware material and ExactPath to support our math kids and our ELA kids, but courseware for credit recovery for the high school kids, so that they can actually get in. Teacher can talk to, if I'm gonna supervise these students who failed a history course, and it doesn't even matter if I'm a history teacher at this point, because I'm gonna use the tool. The tool will allow me, I can talk to their teacher, I can find out what competencies, what areas were they not successful in during first and second quarter, that they failed perhaps. And then I'm going to set that up in the system, the kids engage in it, the teacher coaches them along and just saying, hey, you know, you can do this. It's really, the tool takes care of the teaching and the learning, the teaching part takes part of the learning part. And the teacher coaches and maybe has to touch base with the student's original teacher. They can earn that credit back, at least a pass, while they're still in that course taking the second half, so that they don't have to go through a whole year and then repeat.
That's amazing.
And it, even though mathematically it doesn't give you another credit that you're earning because you already missed part of it, from a human standpoint and from a sort of spirit level, the kid still feels engaged and they feel people are investing in them. So kids are already finishing that we put in for, we put in those courses for this semester. It's third quarter. Some kids have finished all of the competency work that they needed to get the first semester credit, and they're moving on to another course in that same block, and they feel really good about that. So I think when you start to see things like dropout rates, and especially after last year, you know, a lot of schools saw a big spike. There was talk about national spikes, big spikes in dropout rates. There are still places in this country where kids aren't even back at school yet because of COVID. They didn't come back. You know, they left, and they're waiting for 50% of the kids to get back to school. Our kids are there. We know them. We're coaching them. We're talking to them. We're engaging parents, and it's been probably some of the most challenging work we've done. I know that I've been involved with in my whole career has happened in the last year. It's been really, really demanding.
I think we can all agree that we're very fortunate to have a group like you guys who are so passionate about this
We have a
work.
great team. We have a great team.
And a lot of that, you know, your leadership, all four of you, speaks to some of the changes that we're looking at for the calendar for the next academic school year.
Well, that's a great point. You know, I'll just say this. I know I'm going to talk about, give a quick NEASC update afterwards, but, and it will relate to that as well. But the work that we have to do. When I first got here, I didn't understand how anything got done, honestly, because there was no time. It was 1 hour a month. I said, well, when do the teachers, when do I get to work with when do we get to do some work? And there really was no time. And that just baffled me. So this year, we created that morning time. That's huge. And our PD days have been just awesome in terms of moving support. We'll talk about that when we do the NEASC stuff. But this work, all looking at data, Deb has set up all these trainings. People are learning how to really analyze data, use the NEWA data during PD sessions. So now the teachers, when they have their block together, common planning, which happens in the middle school, doesn't happen in high school. We don't have common planning at the high school. We have common planning for the middle school teams. They can spend time. They can look at the data. They have a win block. They can design the instruction. Now they have a tool. We have Edmentum. They're using ExactPath. The kids are getting what they need for math or what they need for reading. These things are, I don't know where we are in the big gap, in the big learning loss race, but I can tell you I feel really good that we're closing it about as fast as we can for our kids. We're certainly working at it.
And I think that what we're trying to show here is that all of those efforts, and it takes everybody, right? It takes the board supporting the work that we need to do. It takes having high-quality educators in the roles, you know, guiding and leading the work. It takes the efforts of teachers who are dedicated to doing the work alongside of us. And, you know, I think we all feel really good that in spite of the pandemic that we've been able to address some of the significant and ongoing needs within our school system, and we're seeing some of the results of those efforts now.
Yeah, as Dr. Givens mentioned, that just kind of, for all the things that we talked about, what's going to lead to continued improvement. And we know all those things matter. A coherent aligned curriculum, which we've done a tremendous amount of training at the secondary level with Understanding by Design. Teachers have been engaging that all year. They've probably had enough of it. It's been every professional development day. But you know, high quality programs like our math programming, aligning our assessments, making sure that we're assessing the right way and using the right tools and actually assessing what we're teaching. Time for teachers to review student data and student work, opportunities for teachers to collaborate and plan, and for professional, you know, learning that can support us in our improving our pedagogy. And I do also just want to give a huge shout out to all of our math teachers, because in a year where we were recovering from a pandemic, the amount of planning and work that they have done to implement this program it's been yeoman's work. It's been a lot, and they would tell you it's been hard, but they've really stepped up, and we should be really appreciate their hard work. So that is it. We can do this together, yay!
Thank you all so much. I know it's been a very long and tiring night. Unfortunately, Principal Dalton may have to stay behind briefly. If you don't mind, can we take a 2-minute recess?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Sure. Thank you very much.
but I'll give you the handouts just so you have them.
I think it's great for the new board members.
Yeah, I think that was my impression. Was the intent was to sort of get people up to date.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just come back to our regularly scheduled meeting. So Principal Thornton, thank you very much for staying for the last presentation. I'd asked if you could give, since we have new members, like literally a 5-minute tops, 100,000 foot level. This is kind of the process.
Sure.
This is the spot we're at.
Yeah.
And then the board can discuss how we want to move forward with discussions in the future.
Okay.
So.
That's fine. So again, what I did was I just wanted to provide a copy for the new board members of the presentation that I gave in the fall. So you have that. I will say the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, they have an awesome website. So if you're looking for any details about this process or about standards or any of the nitty-gritty, they have it all there. So you can go on and get that. But happy to give you an overview at this point, let you know where we're at. So the association is one of the, I think it's the oldest accrediting institution in the country for schools. For public schools, we belong to the group underneath New England Association of Schools and Colleges under the Commission for Public Secondary Schools. It is a group that is really about a peer review process. I've been involved, this piece just being at the beginning of this one gives me my 5th time going through the NASC cycle in my career. So I've had a lot of experience with it. It's changed. And if anybody has known anything about it in the past, it was a really burdensome process. It really took a lot of time, for up to 2 years before the visit, of intense PD work and data gathering. And they have since softened that. So it's a much more collaborative process. Truthfully, I think that, I don't know if there's any accreditation people that live in Newmarket, but I think the association was almost going to get run out of town at one point. I think schools had really rebelled. The principals associations, the superintendents got behind them as well. Yeah. And they were really under the gun because they were just taking up way too much of our time and effort and focus.
And some of their standards weren't even best practice anymore.
Yeah.
So you would get a write-up that would talk about doing certain things you weren't doing, but you wouldn't do because, you don't do them. You don't do them anymore.
You had to start saying, we're not going to do this. And then, they're the body that's accrediting you, so, they put us at war with them, basically. Right. And so I think in a very proactive way, in a very thorough way, they engaged their constituency, which was all of us in New England, and I think they revised their process. They redid their standards. And they're actually very good. They're very good standards now. So they went from I think it was 11 standards to 5 standards. They're grouped differently. They're very clear about what's foundational and not negotiable, and and then the other standards around them that support those are really best practice standards now. They're very well written. So so again, I'm going to stay up here. There are 5 standards. I'll just categories. They're around learning culture, student learning, professional practices, hence the calendar, time to do things, learning support, supporting all learners within the school, and learning resources, i.e. the building project and bringing the building up to code and those kinds of things. Accreditation is a 10-year process. It's cyclic. It involves a relationship with the association that's built around self-reflection, sharing, validation of what we think about ourselves, so peer review, some coaching and developing an instructional improvement plan, then they some time to implement, give feedback, then they come back and evaluate. They do the formal evaluation.
Mid-cycle.
And then they'll make recommendations. They'll tell us what they think we're doing really well. They'll tell us where they see our challenges. And then there's some reporting that takes place. There's a 2-year report, a 5-year report, special reports if they're needed along the way. And then the process starts again. And the idea is that you're in this every 10 years. Due to some problems with transitions and sort of the newness of what's been going on here, we've been deferred. So we're out into our evaluation years 2024 think it was originally 2022, if I've got that right, I don't remember. Was supposed to be the first year. So 2020, so where we are now, so this is the process, okay? So where we are now is we are in the self-survey year, the self-reflection year this year. And so last spring, we had a team that was trained to begin the process and to set us up for rolling it out. In the fall, we had a visit from the commission. It's definitely getting closer to my bedtime because I can't speak. We had a visit from the commission.
We'll write you out late, no.
Thank you. Who came and sat with our faculty and talked about what the standards were and what the value of accreditation was and what the purpose of it was, so that everybody understood that. We have two teacher, I'll call them co-chairs. I think they use a different name, co-coordinators for the self-reflection process. They've been leading it. We have a team of teachers who are on board who are the self-reflection report writers who are vetting all of that. I am far away from that process. I just ask them what they need. I ask them what they need, how can I help them to get the report done? Is there any information I can help with? But the idea is this is coming from within. This is inside. This is not something we control. This is not about our message. This is about what's going on, and let's be honest about where we see ourselves and how do we improve. Part of that process was a survey which we sent out in January. So all anybody who's a parent, students were surveyed, parents were surveyed, teachers were surveyed, admin was surveyed. All of that data gets collected. That's not our survey. We don't collect the information. It goes to the association. The association generates the report. The report comes to us. The report then helps us write the self-reflection report with data so that we can see, hey, we might think we do a great job on X, but 56% of the people say they don't feel like their child is known well by a staff member. Not the case, but that would be an example of what the report could say. So they use that data. So we're writing self-reflection report. That's been going on really since November-ish. The group has started with those meetings. It will conclude in the next probably 3 weeks or so, maybe 4 weeks, just to polish it up. They'll share it with the staff. The staff has to sort of acknowledge it and say, yep, we think that's accurate. That's what we meant to say. Or wait, you said we didn't have any of that data. We have some. Let's go back and rewrite that so we'll get a little bit of time to tweak the report. Then we send it out. They will come, the team will come out. It's called the Collaborative Conference Visit. Happens in October. And I have it, actually I did change it on this for you, so you have the dates are updated on the on one of the pages.
Yep, that's
yeah.
the last page.
Key steps in the process.
Yep.
So key steps in the process. So we are at the self-reflection completed by the school April, May 2022. We're on track for that. And then a team will come out here, a team of 5 will come out here October 25th and 26th. They stay nearby. They stay in a hotel. We put them up. They come in and they basically visit. They see classes. They talk to kids. They talk to teachers. There's probably some smaller parent focus groups that might happen as part of that, but it's not the same as the bigger one when they come back for the evaluation visit. It's sort of like a micro-scale dipstick. They're just trying to see, here's your reflection report. We've read it. We're looking at it. They're just going to say, we think we see some things that can help you. Here's what we suggest that you look for. We take their report, their feedback, and our self-reflection report, and we write a school improvement plan. That happens basically from the time they leave in October, and we get the feedback through the summer into the fall. And then we, in theory, according to the cycle, then we are implementing it for a year before they get there. And then they'll give us a progress report on how we're doing, as long as we meet those foundational elements. Now, in the past, we were found at fault in 2 very significant areas. And we were basically put on special report and had to file reports. The 2 areas were the building, which we've addressed, and is done, so thumbs up. Congratulations to Newmarket. You guys took care of that. The other was curriculum and the lack of a written curriculum using a common language across all departments in all areas for all units. We still do not have that. We're working on that. That will be a work in progress. Teachers are producing 2 units this year as a result of the PD and doing the UBD training. That's a far cry from a course. Some places, we have teachers who've done that work and the courses are done. Some departments are a little bit ahead of others. But that's really probably realistically, and Deb, is she here? No. Oh, good. I see that as that's 3 to 5 years. It's 3 to 5 years to do it right, because you're not just writing curriculum. You're meeting together, and you're aligning things, and you're talking about it's not just curriculum. It's curriculum, it's assessments that you're designing, and it's how you are designing the learning experiences that then you implement that curriculum through. So it's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And it's really about, when we talk about stage 3 curriculum design, we're talking about how are you going to reach all learners in that class? How are you going to differentiate instruction? Where are the access points for kids to come in? And then how does that relate to assessment practices? How are you going to know if they're getting it? How are you going to know if you're doing it well? And those practices best happen collaboratively. Those isolation in teaching, it happens enough. We don't get better by closing our door and working alone. We get better by being together, discussing, looking at student work, and discussing curriculum and talking about the challenges we're facing in the classroom and helping each other get better. So that time is super important. Now, I'm going to say that, and then I'm going to tell you that there's going to be parts of what happens as a result of the NEASC process that we also need time just to address NEASC right now, because that's where we are. It's like we don't have time to prepare for the test. We're in the test. So we need time to get stuff together. That's time. And teachers aren't giving their preps up to get ready for NEASC. They're facing kids every day. So we've got to have time somewhere. Got to have it. It's not even a maybe. It's not a maybe. If we don't have it, I don't know how you're going to keep an accreditation or even earn it back if you don't keep it in the first place. I'm not sure about that. So this is not a nice to have, it's a must have.
Thank you. I know that's a lot for everybody to digest. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's very late. If we could, it's very late for them. They've been here all day. I think what might be best if we all talk and schedule a meeting maybe sometime in May where we can give them some questions up front, because I know I have tons of questions. I'm sure we all do. Because I think the whole process and where we are and how the curriculum and everything. So
would really be great if we
is that everyone okay with that? I know it's a lot to ask, but I also know it's
definitely.
Thank you guys both.
It's very late.
Thank
and
you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And
Appreciate all you do.
Thank you for the board for indulging that. All right. Yes. So calendar we've discussed. The next item, unfortunately, on our agenda is the principal search. Dr. Givens has given out, if everyone received it, kind of a timeline.
A draft.
A draft kind of timeline, a very rough draft, as well as the policy. We do need to decide how we want to be involved. However, I know it's late. Is this something we need to?
Well, I was going to send the letter out to parents, inviting them to be, if they're interested in being on the committee. I sent a note out to the junior senior high school staff last week, but we had talked about not including that last week because we wanted the information on the calendar and didn't want it to get.
Well, so some of the options we have, we could.
Can I ask real quick about the I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
well, I just want to move with the pacing. I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's a lot of districts looking for principals. In fact, there were other districts that posted principal searches at the same time we posted ours. My concern is that the duration this is taking, that someone may be swooped out from underneath us while we're doing that search. On top of that, chances are if that principal is currently employed, they probably has 60 or 90 days that they have to give their employer currently before they can move on. So that new principal is not going to come in until August at the earliest. In your opinion, Dr. Gibbons, is it worthwhile trying to either condense it or eliminate something to speed it up?
It's entirely up to you and the community. I mean, I'm one that believes that, having a lot of input into the process is a good one, but it does take time. And normally, I would be looking for principals, the hiring season, in my opinion, begins in February, and so time is of the essence. So I worked with NESDEC to try to compress, but include the various parts. If there's anything here that you feel comfortable eliminating, either a site visit or having them come here to do a day, those are things that usually take time, because after the screening committee finishes, then that's when, significantly more input comes, right? They get to come and visit you, you get to come and visit their schools, and gather data. I would say you could eliminate, potentially, if anything, right, visiting their schools, because you're going to talk to the people that they want you to talk to anyways. So one way that others have kind of condensed the process is to get a list of people to talk to. NESDEC will also do some of that, because they're a search consultant. They'll do some kicking of the tires and seeing what they can find. So, I don't know how much, if there's any piece of it that you may want to consider taking out at all. I think it's important for them to come to our community, though, see our schools, visit our faculty. I think that is really, I wouldn't cut that part out, but you could eliminate a week if you weren't going to their site.
Yeah.
I feel like my experience with that, with the site visit towards them, it's a dog and pony show.
It is.
So
that, but, yeah, and I'm comfortable eliminating that.
Oh, that's really just in place of reference checks, right? You actually
Exactly. There's other ways you can do it.
You can expedite it by doing reference checks, right?
Yeah, because a week is a long time.
Yeah.
And at this time of year it is.
Yeah.
So is everyone comfortable striking the site visit?
I am.
Well, I can talk, yeah, I'm happy to adjust the calendar for that.
I mean, we don't have to make that decision tonight.
Yeah, I would work with the
think we
search
should,
consultant
yeah.
and folks, to
we-
tighten it up.
But we should probably figure out at least
But
whether
how,
the committee.
how do you want to be involved, and how does that work for you? Because when we're building it, it's important.
Yeah, so there's a few options Dr. Gibbons gave me. There's, remember, it could be part of the site visit, which we're talking about. We could have a board forum or a parent group that we could participate in, whether at our town visiting. We could have a member as part of the screening committee, or even two, possibly, I don't know.
Probably not.
One is part of the screening committee, or we could just meet them at the public forum. I'm sure there's other things we could be involved in. Maybe.
Yeah. As long as I meet them, it could be in whatever forum. That's all I care about.
Yeah, one of the things that sounded to me like what might be important to you is for you to, as a board, to have time with the candidate.
Yeah.
So you could do that when we design the site visit here. You could have a time. But what I would say to you is that you really have to commit. We're going to tell you what time your slot is, right? You all have to, it's embarrassing if we set up a board forum and then one or two of you shows up when there's only 5, right? So I think that might...
Which might be during our work
right?
day.
And then what happens is that after, it could be, but knowing, if I know what your, preferences are for times, we can do you after, after school as well. But it would give you time, and then you would fill out exit tickets on the candidates, right? And then you would, all that gets funneled back to the search consultant and I, and we tease through it, and we say, okay, this is what we're, the various perspectives, this is what we're hearing from them. So your input at that point would be great. And then usually the last thing that happens is the leadership team. So the executive leadership team does usually the final interview. We'll take all of that, we'll ask those final questions, we'll hear what we heard, learned on the process of investigating and having conversations with members of their district, and then we'll have a series of questions, that we'll want to really answer. For each candidate, and then we would make a recommendation to you on the 7th.
Is it common practice for a candidate to meet with the entire school board during the application process, or is that...
No.
It seems it could be a bit you know,
It's just the
overwhelming.
finalist, I think.
It's the finalists, and
Okay.
so when you're going through this process, if you're a sitting person, then you don't want people to know you're applying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why I recommend for, you know, for a position like mine or your principals, that you use a search consultant. Because I don't even get the applications. All the applications go to NESDEC. Everything is done in non-public, confidentially, through the screening process. Once the finalists are selected, then we make an announcement who they are. At that point, they know that they're finalists, so they're not jeopardizing, you know, themselves in any way. So it's low risk, which means that more people might be more apt to apply. So, no, boards usually don't. It signals to somebody that this is very political.
So, I guess for the sake of time, what I'm proposing is that tonight we decide whether or not we want a member to be a part of the screening committee. We proceed with the timeline up through, I don't know, at least May 3rd, May 6th, whatever our next meeting is. And then
Well, I have
we
to
can
post
tentatively
for the people that are going to be on what the entire process is, and they look at their calendar and they say, I can be here, because once you're on that screening committee, you're committing to the entire process all the way through.
Sure. I guess the
Yeah.
only thing I'm saying we could tentatively plan a board forum
Well,
when they were here.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't necessarily affect the committee,
Right.
the calendar
you
rather.
would be one of the forum groups when they come
Yeah.
to do the site visit. So I would arrange
And then,
that if that's
yeah.
what you would like.
So that's what I'm thinking, is we tentatively plan on that. We can make a final decision if people don't feel comfortable committing to that next week or whatever.
Yeah. It's a lot of work trying
Or
to do
next-
it really fast, so making decisions
Yeah.
concretely is important.
But I think a member on the screening committee, I think would be good, if anyone has the time to do that.
Can I ask you this? My concern about the screening committee is ultimately, even though the person's brought to us as a proposal, it's the board that's doing the hiring. That if we're doing the screening committee and there's a conflict of interest, but and this is a small state, there's a very real chance that there might be someone might be applied that we know. And if the board member's on there, we may have to say, we might, because if there's a conflict of interest.
On the screening committee, that's a
Yeah.
good point.
How would that be a
Sign up
conflict? I
the
guess I'm
screening
not
committee for
totally clear on.
Well, if
the
somebody's
Newmarket one.
confidentially applying, I think what you're saying is if somebody's confidentially applying, let's say Andrew works in a school district, and the person that's applying happens to be his principal.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah, so
Now-
maybe you wouldn't be the best person to be on the committee.
Well,
I'm just saying,
But,
is
yeah.
that what
But
you're saying?
but the thing though is too is I know, there's people I hope that are gonna apply, and it's a small state, and any one of us could be sitting down and seeing an application of someone we know, and are we the board that's ultimately doing the hiring?
But we're not gonna see any of the applications till the finalists, I think, is that?
Well, unless you're on the screening
Right.
committee.
Well, yeah, but I'm proposing so Amy or somebody who.
But maybe
who's
we
time.
shouldn't have someone on the screening
Right,
committee
maybe.
until the
And then
actual
do your focus
finalists
group
come,
and
and
get your
then we
input
are
there.
part of a focus group.
Ultimately,
And then we get to
it's
meet
gonna-
them.
the other part of the process will be the same, right? I'll make a recommendation to you, I'll nominate somebody to you, and then you'll take a vote. But if you have your interview where you get to meet them and you share your impressions.
I mean, I would be comfortable with the person being on the committee as long as you're discreet about don't tell us who you've met with or whatever. But, I mean, it's up to the
Well,
board
here's
as a
another
whole.
thing too, is I feel like also there, I don't know if arrogance is the right word, but the people that are on that committee have skin in the game. They're gonna be teachers, administrators, parents, okay? As the board, ultimately, we're the ones that are going to do the hiring, but
Could shut down conversation.
and I will tell you too, when I served on the COVID reopening committee, I participated in the discussion. And upon reflection, I realized that I was participating as someone that was a teacher and a parent, and not as a board member, because the moment I had a question or I challenged something, that just shut everything down, because of my position of authority.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm very concerned, that's what's on the screening committee, and I know the way I ask questions is for me to
That's a good point.
That's a really
Yeah.
good point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable if someone's not, either way, I don't really,
Yeah.
you bring up some good points, so.
I think once we get to the finalists, then we
Do your focus group.
do our focus group.
All right, so
I can support that.
won't have a member on committee.
Is it one finalist or we need
No,
three?
Two.
Well, I mean,
Right.
depends on,
Many.
we
Usually
don't wanna
two.
have
Hopefully at least two.
Yeah,
Well, at least
I
10 or
hope we have
12
two.
finalists.
Can I
Yeah.
just say, I
2 or 3,
mind,
I mean, would be ideal, but I don't know
Yeah.
what the
yeah,
poll's gonna look like.
if possible, instead of 2, it would be nice to be 3, just because
Well,
if
we
that
gotta
person that's turned down, it gets not embarrassing. Because
Yeah.
if it's one, like,
Depends on how many applicants you
I
got,
know,
right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
We can't
Yeah.
control that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so-
Well, I would rather have 2 really good candidates and one, and for that person that gets turned down to feel better.
I don't know, I've only seen 2.
So,
The last time
And-
we really only had 2 that
Yeah.
that people felt good about.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if there's only 2
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I don't wanna put a third one on there just for the
It's
heck
gonna
of
take
it,
time
you
to
know?
talk to them, right? Like, I
Yeah.
totally get where you're
Oh,
going,
no,
Commander,
okay.
but it's also like, I feel like it's almost unfair to bring someone in to have the conversation
Right.
if we're not considering
There's
them
no-
for
That's
real
true.
life.
We don't want that
There's not-
reputation.
there's not
No.
support.
all right, so we agree that we won't have somebody in the screening committee.
You'll have your focus
We'll
group.
have a focus
own
group,
focus group.
And we'll eliminate the site visit.
and we'll eliminate the site visit.
To go, site visit.
Yeah.
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 Everybody
That's
comfortable with
fine.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
All right, great, thank you.
All right.
I'll make the adjustments with NESTA tomorrow, and then we'll get those out to parents.
Great.
We'll also send a a blast about tomorrow, as well, so.
Is there anything you need us to do for Saturday?
No, just, but, be there for at least the ribbon cuttings.
What time do you want
What
us
time
to
is the
wear?
ribbon
Yeah, what
cutting?
time
At
is
9
it?
o'clock at the junior, senior high, and 10 o'clock at the elementary school, and we have,
So 8:30,
Gary's gonna make some.
8:40?
Yeah,
So
I
9 and
mean, there's
10 you said?
refreshments and stuff like that, yeah, and then
Okay.
10 o'clock at the elementary school. You'll see in the agenda that goes out, or the schedule that goes out tomorrow, as Lila said, we've got kids, performing at the junior, senior high school at different times. We have the little jump rope competition going on, so they're doing a demonstration at 9:30, so it just depends on what you'd like to see. We have some things at both schools. I think we're all super excited. A lot of time and effort's been spent. The parents are excited, and the kids are excited, and administration's excited. So, and all of the administration will be here. So anybody you haven't met, so,
Yeah.
whether it's Jason or Dave Riley, Jana will be there. I'll be there. Deb will all be.
All right,
both
super.
places, so.
So we'll try to wrap this meeting up if we can, move right along.
Yeah.
Because I've been up for a while. All right. Seeking a motion to approve the March 24th public and non-public minutes.
You get my email?
I
There
did.
was
We
one
can
thing about
discuss
the
that.
public
We'll discuss
meeting.
the corrections in a second, if you don't mind. Let's go. Seek a motion.
I'd make the motion.
Second.
So Heather, Andrew. All right. Under discussion, any corrections? So I know the close of the non-public meeting was not the same time as it opened.
But there was
So
one
I think
thing.
it was.
The,
I think it was 9:45 when we closed.
The board committee assignments,
So-
the
so-
New Hampshire,
I'm sorry. So the non-public correction should be 9:45 for the close.
9:45.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
The board committee.
on page 1, board committee assignments, section 2, the New Hampshire School Board Association delegate.
Oh yeah. Good catch.
Stick
It's
my
not
name
me.
in there.
Yep.
As much as I like
Heather
to work, I don't want to work that
automatically
much.
gets that job. Lucky you.
On the weekends, they're so much fun.
Page 4, there was a error under calendar. It says half-days will take place on Wednesdays. It really should be dismissal, right?
It was half days on Wednesday.
There were
Some
some
Wednesdays.
Wednesdays that were half days, because we
Oh,
didn't,
okay,
we didn't want to
okay.
put them on different days, because.
Gotcha, okay.
Make it even more
consistency.
confusing.
Yeah.
Any other corrections?
No.
My name is misspelled throughout this.
You're the one this time.
Yeah, you probably. My turn. It's very common. It's 2 Z's and 1 R, not 1 Z and 2 R's.
Okay. All right. Any other discussions, corrections? Hearing none, go to the vote. All in favor of accepting the minutes amended, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Seek motion to, actually, can I get a motion for the manifest standard?
No.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the manifest for April 7th, 2022, for the amount of $694,696.13.
So moved.
Second from Heather, or excuse me, Amy. All in favor, say aye. Oh, any discussion? Sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. 0. I'd like to accept the generous donation for musical instruments from Linda Hamill of Stratham, New Hampshire, and a clarinet and a tenor saxophone, and also the donation to the elementary school library from Emma Stern's aunt, Miss Louise Potosik. Otisex. I'm sure I ruined that.
The $500 donation.
For $500, yep.
So moved.
Second
Second.
is from Heather.
So excited for books
Phil.
and supplies.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimously. We have, as part of the school background checks for volunteers, there's a criminal record check which costs
$21.25.
$21.20, and Dr. Gibbons and I spoke. We didn't think it was fair that volunteers should have to pay for that when they're volunteering their time, or if they may not have the funds to cover that. So we thought it might be nice for the board to cover that, or the school district. Total cost, assuming 200 volunteers, would be about $4,250, and we have budgeted funds for that.
We have money in the field trip account, which of course we haven't been able to do field trips for the year, so there is money in the field trip that we could then allocate towards this. Yeah.
So I would seek a motion to.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation to
Thank
pay
you.
for criminal history records check for volunteers with district money.
Do we get a second on anyone?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say, discussion, sorry. Hearing none, all go to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. So as we spoke about the previous meeting, there's a school policy that we've waived to give the superintendent the ability to go into contracts on the board's behalf to expedite the hiring process, given the lack of applicants in the pool and how quickly they're swept up. We did have some lawyer discussions about whether that was fine, and we understand it is. So the board should decide whether we'd like to extend that policy authorization at least into the summer. Is anyone
Last time you
ready?
authorized it until October, so
Last
that
time
I
we did
could.
in October. Anybody want to make a motion? All
I'll
right.
make a motion to extend the policy, to October.
2022, okay.
Policy GDF.
All right, thank
Second.
you. Sorry, Amy, Heather. Any discussion? All right, no discussion, we'll go to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Approved unanimously. Teacher contract we've already done. Coach nomination we've done. We've certified staff nominations that we've reviewed, and seek a motion to approve the certified staff nominations as discussed in non-public.
We discussed in non-public?
We discussed
The list. we got.
the
got it,
nominees.
got it, sorry.
The certified staff, yep. So, would anyone like to?
I make a motion.
All right, so, okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Hearing none, it passed unanimously. We have some resignations and retirements. Dr. Gibbons, do you want to go over those?
Yes, do you want me to go over confirm the nominations of the new staff? Yes, the last
Sure.
board meeting
Yep.
you had
Yes,
authorized me
please.
to enter into
Yes, yes,
contracts
yes.
with you.
Thank you.
And so, before you tonight to confirm is Kimberly Emery, and she would be filling the Family and Consumer Science teacher position, which is being vacated by Nancy Castellan, who's been with us for many years and is retiring. So, Kim has a background. She taught, I think it was 16 years at the college level, and then she's currently teaching at middle school level. And we thought this was a great match for us because this is a high school program, and having kids at the middle school and understanding, you know, kind of the trajectory for anybody that was going into any kind of, you know, culinary arts as well as life skills type of events would be a wonderful addition to our staff. I had a great meeting with her, interview. She was our
Great resume.
yeah. And then Morgan King, who would be the elementary school music teacher, and there was a lot of input from the secondary level. We have 2 new music teachers there that have been hired since I've been here. So our 2 new music teachers were part of that process. So we're happy about that, as well as Annette Blake, who is the coordinator for the UAs. She was part of that, as well as Sean and I think another UA member, maybe Nancy Miller. So we're thrilled to invite her to our staff next year, and those are the 2 nominations that Gary signed their contract, and I'm recommending.
Are we, so Melinda Lupelli, so we're not refilling that position? Is that, what grade level is that?
No, well, the grade level assignments shift. So we can talk about that on retirements if you want.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. So seek a motion to accept the confirmation of nominations as just presented by Dr. Gibbons.
So moved.
Second?
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry, I skipped discussions again. Apologies. All right. All right. Resignations and retirements.
Yeah. So all of these are retirements, and, you know, sad to see them go, as we heard tonight. You know, people that have been here for a very long time, they become iconic in many ways, you know. They do become part of the fabric of the community, so especially at the elementary level, you know, where you have a single teacher that's there with a group of kids. You know, at the secondary level, it's important too, but they're not a specific group of kids that they're going for an entire year. So at the elementary level, we have Diane McFarland and Melinda Lupoli. They're both in kind of the upper elementary area, and really, really great teachers. You know, sad to see them go, but certainly delighted for them as they look into the future for their possibilities moving forward. Ruth Trick has been here a very, very long time as well. You know, and she was thinking about retiring last year, and she said, oh, I'll do one more year. So anyways, Ruth is in fact retiring from our elementary school music, and as I mentioned, Nancy Castellan, family and computer science. Nancy has done so much. Also, you know, I say at the elementary school, there's a special bond that happens there, but I think about in COVID, you know, when our kids graduated, we did do a live graduation, one of the few in the state, and she handmade masks for all the kids. So every senior got a special mask that she actually sewed and had stencils on it and everything. So she just, you know, does so many thoughtful and kind things. So I want to give a shout out to her. And then Susan Raymond, for actually Gary probably knows this, but she retired actually a couple of years ago. And when she retired, we replaced her, but we had a part-time position. So she continued on in the part-time position, but now she just wants to retire. So that's the story on them. You know, they've been wonderful members of our learning community, and though we'll miss them, you know, we wish them all the best as they move to the next chapter of their life.
Yeah, so I was just curious, with the elementary school teacher retiring and not being replaced, are we looking at grade numbers going up, or?
No, we're not. No, it's that enrollment's going down.
Oh, okay. What grade is she?
4th grade, right.
That class?
And it doesn't mean that we're not filling a 4th grade position. So
Moving
Sean,
teacher.
reached out to teachers to see who might be interested in moving around. And so teachers are moving into different slots. So actually what we're filling of those two, we're filling a kindergarten position because one of the kindergarten teachers is moving up to the first grade, and so they're shifting around of folks. So, but right now, overall, we're anticipating one less class at the elementary school. Now, if there's, you know, a stampede of families that move in with kids, then, you know, we'll try to seek another teacher before the school year begins, but we don't see it.
Andrew, did you have something you wanted?
No, her explanation's fine. It was,
Okay.
yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Okay. But no class size increase, all right.
Nope.
Good. That's what scares me this year. Or I guess any year, but. Okay. Did we do that yet? No. Seek a motion to accept the resignations and retirements as presented by Dr. Givens.
So moved.
There's a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, passes.
Aye. Sorry.
All right, so,
Did it.
just about done.
4 hours.
Yeah. There's, I want to try to start making a policy or process or a habit, let me put it that way, of doing. Is there any agenda items that people would be interested in for the next agenda? Meeting agenda, thank you, gosh. I know we've talked about board communication, I'm gonna bring that up next. We've talked to Dr. Gibbons about that.
Yep.
Anything else
We
anyone
want to
could
set
think
some
of?
time with Dave Dalton.
Yeah, but that would probably be like in May, right? Like after because they're doing that part of the process, it'd be good to get, once they're done that part of the process, then come, reflection part, and come talk about that, and maybe give some questions ahead of time for them.
Great.
All right, great. Next board meeting is a joint board meeting on April 12th, time and location to be determined. April 13th, did I say 12th?
Yeah, it's 13th.
April 13th, 2022. The next school board meeting is April 21st, 5 p.m. here. There are 2 meetings we'd like to move if possible. On June, the graduation is on the 17th, so we have a meeting on the 16th, which is right before graduation.
It's the other way around, actually.
the other way around?
Graduation is the first Friday in.
17th.
Right. Well, no, it's the second or third.
Okay, well, yeah, where's the night before?
Right. So
Where the-
instead of having
yeah.
a board meeting the night before,
Yeah.
and because of the principal's process, we thought if we can change it to the second Thursday.
be the
of month,
23rd.
So we do the second and the fourth instead of the first and the third.
So it'd be June 9th,
Thursday
June
of
9th and June
the-
23rd.
Right.
Is everybody okay with that?
Can you say those dates again?
June 9,
23rd.
June 9 and June 23rd.
Come on.
Or a different night that week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it could be.
Instead of the
Yeah,
night before
could-
graduation.
I know
Yeah.
I'm going to New Jersey. I have a tournament, well, my daughter does, that Friday, the 24th. I don't know if we're going the night before or the day of.
That would be primarily the last meeting is usually kind of a
Okay.
banana meeting, so that you wind up having any kind of financial transactions or things that she needs to have you approve before the year ends.
And you could
It's
participate
not
remotely,
usually an
so.
educational topic on that. Yeah.
I'd be driving probably.
You probably don't want to
No,
participate
I don't
remotely.
want to do it remotely. I want the-
Well, you may have to miss that one. Is
But
that?
I don't know for now, I don't know, you know.
I think the more important
Right
one
at
is
this
to make sure
moment.
everybody's here when we're doing the principal nomination. That would be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Which would
Believe
be
it.
the.
I don't wanna go.
So anyways-
What date is that one?
That's the
May 2nd, I'm going
Ninth.
the
second
same
Thursday.
place.
9th. So
The ninth, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I have to check because it's not on this calendar here. I'm pretty sure that's the week that I'm out of state on vacation.
Okay.
Bummer.
That is a bummer.
That's been booked for.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But that's definitely the
But
week.
that's the whole week too.
Yeah, the whole week. I
What's
have to
the-
check. I'm almost. I'm like 90% sure. So I have to check with my wife. If she's watching, she can text.
Next year.
All right. Well, we don't have to make that move right now, but if everybody could check their calendars.
Yeah.
And maybe on the,
I'll still tentatively post that that would be when we do the nomination. If
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what day it is, that's kind of going to be the week it
Yeah.
lands on.
yeah.
Okay.
I think that is it. So, I'd like to seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right. No discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much.